So Mosiah Thomas will continue from the northern end. Thomas is the man continuing his spell on the northern end. Because he's in search of the first wicket, and the first wicket for the local squad. It's 39 without loss to score. And Can Elcock is the man receiving on the southern end or the Indian River end. Very splendid day here at the Benjamin Park and in the town of Portsmouth generally. The shot of a length, and he's pulling towards mid-wicket. Neither square leg nor short mid-wicket will stop it, and of course it's going to get to the fence for more. So that was pleasantly pulled there around on about leg stump, shot of a length, and the batter taking advantage of that scoring opportunity to earn them 4 more. So 4 to Elcock and 4 to St. Lucia. 43 now, the score. Because these two have really done a very good job giving their team that much needed good start at the top of the order. Really setting a very solid base for the rest of the batters to come. And I'm sure they might want to continue in that vein as Thomas makes his way in. And this time driving, but the bowler himself stoops to field and they can't score. So good effort there by the bowler. But it was a really splendid looking drive there, gorgeous looking shot. Just timing so sweetly, driving through the line, back down the track. But didn't get value for it. Thomas and Elcock is playing defensively. One looks quite technically sound in that stroke play. Elcock, he's on 24, has a very good strike rate of 120. Has been the more aggressive of the two. And Elcock drives uppishly, and of course the man that's long off is brought into play, and they will get 1. So on that occasion, driving uppishly, but the man at mid-off, there was no mid-off actually, long off, couldn't come in on time and take anything, make a catch out of this one. So it was quite safe. It was aerial, but quite safe. This brings the right-hander into strike now. Thomas. And just pushing down the track. And they can't score. And now they give it up. So as a result of overthrow, of course, giving that extra run there. There was no need for that. Really perhaps should have controlled his urge to peck at the stump. Really have to control yourself sometimes as a fielder. Not. So after 9, it is 45 for no loss. Brilliant sunshine here at the Benjamin Park. Perfect conditions for play. St. Lucia look to give their team a very good start. Already on 45 without loss. Dominica, meantime, is having some difficulty in making that early breakthrough. As Lestrade is brought into the attack and is moving in from the southern end. And the batter just flicking this one down the leg side towards a fine leg for a run. It might be a bye. Let's see what the umpire signals, and yes, it is. So, ball, this brushing of the pass there along the leg side. And of course, much needed run. 46 for no loss the score. So no signs of rain at the moment. There were some showers last night and early this morning as Lestrade from over the wicket. The left-hander just coming forward and punching, but can't get value for that. So Lucia off to a good start there. This pair, Elcock and Edwards. Lestrade, when he hits the ball on the money, it can be a handful. We saw that some games back. And he's driven uppishly, the ball falling in no man's land on the offside. That's over extra cover. Of course, mid-off just running to his right there, and they won't prevent the run. This is the Winlott 2024 U19 Super 50 tournament coming to an end. Last games played by all teams, and he pulls disdainfully through the onside, forward of square, mid-wicket towards mid-wicket, and will get the 4. Of course, having no mercy on this one there, showing no courtesy at all, taking advantage of that scoring opportunity of the middle of the bat. And Edwards moved to 22. It's 51 now. Edwards really pouncing on that short pitch delivery and taking advantage of that mid-wicket boundary. It's a very good pitch to bat on. The ball is coming on nicely. The bounce is true. And so batters can really have confidence in anticipating the bounce of balls. Lestrade, and this time he's just pushing in defense and can score. Very beautiful day, I must say. It's also a time when you can vacate here on the island. The beaches here can be enjoyed. The Purple Turtle Beach, the Coconut Beach, of course Bell Hall, all these beaches here in the north, especially at this time, that can be enjoyed given the brilliance of the weather. So that takes us to the end of the over, and after 10, it is 51 for no loss. It's also a time when you can go and explore some of our natural and beautiful sites in the north and by extension the rest of the island. And the weather is perfect for that. The occasional showers, of course, we are in the dry season. It was forecasted that we would have experienced some showers of rain in April, which is supposed to be the peak month of the dry season. Last year it was much more harsh than this time around as far as dryness. But I'm sure the farmers must be happy for the occasional precipitation. Very good for the crops, I'm sure. And as far as food security and commercial farming, that's always something positive. We need the rains, besides irrigation water, which is also necessary. Of course, it's because there's going to be a change. Is it a change? No. It's going to be, yes, it is. We're going to have slow bowling now. Don't forget, yesterday the pitch was taking a lot of spin. So it's a track that favors spin as well. It's a very balanced pitch. You bend your back on the surface and you will get something. And also, as a spinner, whether you're an off-break spinner or leg spinner, you will also extract some turns from the surface. It's a very balanced wicket and also good for batting. So really will reveal your level of skill and prowess. This surface will give the batters opportunity to score, and also the bowlers will also get opportunities to take wickets. So it's a very lovely and well balanced surface to play cricket on, generally speaking. And that is the sort of condition that you'd like to see when teams go up against each other. Joseph is the man operating from the northern end. That's his second delivery. And the batter just punching down the ground towards Midon with the turns, that is. And we'll get the run. So, of course, just showing some skill there and understanding of what he's doing. That is the left-hander. Just playing with the turns. So, but they have to be careful because he has one which goes the other way. And that can be very deceptive. So, he might just set up the batters and then produce that one which comes straight or goes the other way. Joseph shot down the leg side, and first the keeper just slowing it down as he interrupts it down the leg side, and it's going to be signal wide. Joseph has already registered a 5-4 in the tournament. Also picked up wickets in his other matches, but I'm sure here he might want to do some damage with the ball. Maybe pick up another 5-4. And this time the right-hander is driving gorgeously through the offside with the turns. A chance of a run out there, and the batter is diving home, and he's safe. So of course the right-hander picking up the leg spin and just driving pleasantly in the gap between extra cover and cover to pick up a couple of runs. So both players seem to understand what they are doing as far as applying technique against the spinners, especially the leg spinner. And they are already playing with knowledge. So will be interesting to see how this banter between the spinner and the openers develop. Let's see if Joseph can produce a wicket-taking delivery, perhaps the googly, the straighter one, perhaps lure the batter into a false stroke and force him to lob the ball towards one of the infielders. Low full toss, and the batter can't beat Luvio Charles, who is at extra cover. Joseph, shot over length from the batter, just making the adjustment there, a little bit of bounce, and just looking to beat the man at backward point. Penetrate that gap there between point and backward point, but finding a backward point instead. There's a first slip in place in catching position. Cover, extra cover, long off. And the batter is sweeping. And the ball is going down towards where fine leg would be. And they will certainly get a couple of runs. So the batters are just looking for the scoring opportunity against the spinner. And they've done that quite well. So after 11, it's 57 for no loss. Edwards is on 26 and his partner, Khan Elcock, is on 27. This is the 2024 Winlott Islands Under 19 Super 50 tournament. This encounter is one between the local side, Dominica, and St. Lucia. St. Lucia won the toss and elected to bat first. Lestrade from the southern end. So Lestrade continues operation. Has bowled the one over already. Went for 5 runs. And just looking to make an inroad for the local squad. Very lovely morning here at the Benjamin's Park. There's a nice, gentle, cool breeze blowing across the ground. And Lestrade missing his target area there, going down the leg side. Just strain a bit there and giving that extra run to St. Lucia. So it's now 58. For the left-hander, there is a man at a short backward square leg, deep fine leg. There's a man at a short backward point in Joel Jura. Getting the edge, healthy edge there, but of course the ball will be fielded by third man and he will only get a run. So perhaps the captain might want to just make a change and put back Sleep in place. Because that didn't appear to be a deliberate shot. The ball got the edge as a result of very good bowling there. The ball must have moved somewhat and got the edge and went towards the first slip position. So perhaps the captain might be better off having a slip, seeing that the ball is still relatively new. Yes. 59 the score. 59 for no loss. So Dominica hasn't had success yet in making any breakthroughs so far. We are in the 12th over. And Lestrade is the man in the attack. A tall fella, well built, and he's operating from the southern end, bowling from over the wicket in the orthodox fashion. So quite a number of the fielders are on the onside to the right-hander. Backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on, a deep fine leg. And the batter is wrapped in the pad there, but there was an edge. It could be heard from a distance. And of course, whenever that happens, the batter cannot be given out. And meantime, on the offside, there is a deep third man. There is a backward point. There is a cover point. There is cover mid-off. Short of a length on about the off stump, and the batter is back and punching towards cover area. So of course the bowlers just looking to be a bit more tidy now with their lines and lengths. I'm just looking to restrict the solutions somewhat, having a good start. Up and put some pressure. And this time it drives, but will find mid off and can score. So Theo Edwards is looking good as well as his partner, Can Elcock. And after 12, it is 59 for no loss. So Joseph will continue from the southern end. And he'll be bowling to Can Elcock, who is on 28. Flighty delivery, sweeping with the turns. Might just be the man there. And they are scurrying through for 2, so they get a couple of runs. Just sweeping with the turns with the ball drifting slightly down the leg side, and the batter, of course, was equal to the task. The man at deep backward square leg was able to cut this one out and restricting, of course, the batters to 2 runs. And again, straying down the leg side. I'm sure it's going to be signal wide as Andy Williams does some exercise now. So more to the total. And Joseph just strained somewhat down the leg side there. So that's the adjustment I was talking about that bowlers have to make when they are bowling to left and right-handers. So they have to make the adjustment mentally, and that sometimes can be a challenge. Moving from bowling to a right-handed batter to a left-handed batter, and that can make scoring easy or easier for both batters as a result. Very good ball there on target with a bit of purchase there, but the batter smothering that spin and working his on away towards a short backward square leg. .63 for no loss the score. So Lucia is really beginning to look threatening now, especially at the top of the order in this opening pair. Both batters are looking very, very sound at the moment. Flighty delivery, and the batter is equal to the task. Joseph seems to need to be doing some toiling now as a result of very good batting by this pair. Let's see if he can produce a wicket-taking delivery in this over, short of a length, and he's just tucks this one around the corner, and they will get a couple of runs. Joseph just strained a little bit there off his line, and the batter taking advantage of it. There is no one behind square. There's no one at fine leg. There's a sleeping place. There is a deep mid-wicket. There is a mid-on, silly mid-on, and it drives this time, passing Charles to his right, but they will only get one. So just passing cover to his right and picking up the single there. Playing with the turns. So very good batting there by this pair. Technically, they look quite sound, I must say, at the crease. And it didn't look like any guesswork to me. And hence, they are currently 66 for no loss. So I'm sure we are not very far away from water break. But we'll see. Kester Lestrade continue from the highway end. That is the Indian River end. And he's bowling to the right-handed batter. And it's going to be 4 more runs. This one appears to have come off the bat. That wasn't stopped there by neither deep third man nor deep fine leg. Ball really traveled very quickly across the ground. Fast outfield. Edwards is on 33. 70 for no loss. Lestrade from the southern end. And he's driving gracefully through the offside. And the batters will get some more runs there. So very good fielding by the man in the deep, at deep cover point. Of course, moving from cover point to deep cover point to prevent the boundary, restricting the batters to 2. 72 now for no loss. Very splendid day for cricket here at the Benjamin Park. And very good surface to bat on. The batters are just relishing in that condition there. So far, having a good day, both at the office. Edwards is on 35, his partner Elcock is on 31. Short of a length, and just coming well behind on the back foot. Very watch occasion, and they can't score. So both batters are really looking extremely sound at the moment, not giving anything away, not presenting any chances whatsoever, apart from that last glitch that we saw from Edward himself when the ball took the edge of the bat and eluded both the keeper and the fielders behind Lestrade, and this time just pushing down the ground and will pick up the single. So Lucia at the top of the order really is in some sublime form, both openers. I'm sure they might want to take the score past the 100 mark without losing a wicket. If they continue in that vein, I'm sure they will do so. Lestrade, meantime, is looking to pick up his first from the southern end. Dominica really has some work to do now. In fact, they've been toiling hard for almost 14 overs now and have not had success as far as making any inroads here at the Benjamin Park against St. Lucia. Openers really posing a challenge to them, and Elcock just closing into the face of the bat. A very risky shot on that occasion and picking up the single. So that's the end of the over. After 14, it is 74 for the loss, for no loss. And of course, we're going to have a drinks break. So meantime, we'll take a break in the commentary booth, and we'll be right back with the rest of the action between these two teams. Stay with us. Don't go away. to the Benjamin's Park as we come from the drinks break, because we're going to see more slow bowling coming from the northern end from Jelani Joseph, as Dominica look to make their first breakthrough here against St. Lucia, who is looking quite good at the crease, especially the openers, giving their team a very good start. And they are currently at 74 for no loss. So, of course, we have begun the 15th over. Edwards is on 36 and his partner is on 32. And the big shot there. And the fielder doing an excellent job on the boundary. And will restrict the batters to 2 runs. So a superb work there by the fielder down there at long off, just moving to his right and cutting off the boundary. So kudos must go to that fielder there. Superb effort there by him. Elcock is the man on strike. Joseph, short of a length and just spinning back towards the center stump of the batter. Joseph looking for his first from the northern end. Flighted delivery there, put the ball going through. And of course, I suspect that they might just get an extra on this one. Let's see what the umpire signals, if he does. And apparently it came off the bat, so perhaps the bottom edge of the bat. So that's an additional run there for St. Lucia. 77 now the score. Joseph, and he's going for the big give, up in the air. Long on is moving to his right, but he will not make a catch out of it. The ball falling in no man's land. And they'll pick up some runs there. So, of course, the ball hung in the air for some time, but the fielder wasn't able to cover sufficient grounds to get to it. Joseph, just guiding this one, short third man, and they can score. So after 15, it is 79 the score. So after 15 it is 79 for no loss. So the change in bowling now. Durrell Dura is the man brought in strike. So he has replaced Kestel Estrad on the southern end. That's Durrell Dura, slow bowler, off-break bowler. Has a knack for picking up wickets. That's Durrell Dura. And straight away he's on the money. Elcock is the man on strike, the lefty. Joel is bowling from over the wicket. And a very good run in there between the wickets, of course, picking up that quick single. So the batters are looking for all opportunities, whether it's the single, the couple, the triple, or the boundaries. So just looking to cash in on every opportunity, picking the gaps, and keeping the score ticking over. Jura, meantime, will bowl over the wicket to the right-hander. Edwards is on the 30th. He's the man on strike. Dominica looking for their first wicket in this encounter. Of course, some of the fielders have been brought in. Shot mid wicket, shot mid on, first slip, backward point. Of course, fine leg has been brought up as well on about the 30-yard circle. So most of the fielders are currently on about the 30-yard circle. Mid off as well. So the fielders have been brought in there, just looking perhaps to limit the singles and put some pressure on the batters. And perhaps induce them to try and go over the head of the infielders and play a false stroke. But this time he's short and the batter is just swiveling this one around. And they'll get a run. So after 16, it is 81 for no loss. Both teams are in pursuit of a win here at the Benjamin's Park. St. Lucia is currently in second place. Of course, the captain himself is just making some adjustment there in the field setting as Joseph continues from the north end. Right hand off spinner. Very good delivery there. Just outside the off zone, just flighting this one and getting some drift across the right hander. I'm just trying to lure him into some false shot, but the batter is quite circumspect there on that occasion. Of course, there's a slip in place. Gerald Jura is changing position with one of his teammates. So Jura is moving towards the offside, towards the point area. Short third man, short fine leg, short mid wicket, mid on. There's a deep cover point in Darren Tuse. Of course, there is a long off and extra cover. So there's a man in the extra cover area, and he drives towards the onside. There's nobody down there, and it's 4 runs. So 4 more for, of course, the right-hander Edwards. So Lucia, of course, just taking advantage of that low full toss there and taking advantage of that gap behind the short mid-on. The batter, of course, capitalizing on that space down there. So that's the sort of thing that can occur. Invite players to go over the head of the fielders whenever they are brought in. So that's why it is so essential that bowlers bowl to their field. You don't present these scoring opportunities if your fielders are in. Bowling low full tosses will only invite them to go over the top. Not that they can't make an error, but at this level, I'm sure the batters more likely will execute their shots well. So the bowler has to bowl to his field in order to avoid these sort of shots from being played. The openers are quite sound technically. Short, and he's on the back foot, just driving towards cover. And they'll get 1. And again, adjustment to the left-handed batter. And the fielders are in as well. For both batters now, the fielders are on about the 30-yard circle. And Joseph will continue from over the wicket. And again, correctly forward is Elcock. That's Can Elcock. He's on 36. So these two perhaps just looking to make a half century each for St. Lucia. Joseph over the wicket, and again the batter is coming forward very stylishly and correctly, and that takes us to the end of the over. So after 17, it is 86 without loss. Can Elcock is on 36, and his partner Theo Edwards is on 44. Really giving their team that very good solid start that is required at the top of the order. I'm sure their captain must be very pleased, as well as the coach and teammates alike. Meantime, Dominica will not be so happy about that. A lot of hard work now for them. This pair has really shown some resistance. And so a lot of toiling now for the local side as far as picking up wickets. Wickets are very hard to come by for the local squad, Dominica. Jura continues the off-break spinner. So Jura getting some bonks on that occasion there. Off-break bowler, Jura. Asking questions of the right-handed batter, Edwards. Short, and he punches this one on back foot towards mid-wicket. And they will certainly get a couple of runs on this occasion. Well, we're considering the third, but had to abort the idea. So far, so good for St. Lucia. Jura just for his first wicket and the first penetration there, the first breakthrough for Dominica. 88 for no loss. We are in the 18th over. St. Lucia is well set to producing a big total here on the board. Jura. And Edwards is playing defensively well towards the offside, and they can't score. So, of course, Jura just looking to pick up his first wicket there and give Dominica at least a breakthrough, but the batters are looking so good at the crease. Doesn't look quite possible at the moment. Technically, really showing their prowess there with the bat. Doing everything right, everything correct as far as technique. Reading the spinners and applying themselves well, going back when they need to, coming forward when they need to. Answering all the questions so far of the Dominican bowlers, be it the pacers or the spinners. And I'm quite impressed so far as to how they went about answering the questions of the spinners, particularly the leg spinner, Joseph. Really showing a lot of knowledge and skill there, this pair. So after 18, it is 88 for no loss. Remember, this is the 2024 Winlott U19 Super 50 tournament held right here on the Nature Isle of Dominica. And this encounter is between, of course, Dominica and St. Lucia right here in the town of Portsmouth at the Benjamin's Park. Conditions are perfect for cricket. The wicket is an excellent one. The outfield is very fast. And right now, St. Lucia, at this stage of the match, is having the better of the local squad, having a very good start there. Meantime, Joseph will continue toiling to pick up his first wicket. And, of course, driving there, putting pressure on the fielder. And would have taken a second one there, but it appears as if his partner slid in the process. Oh, my goodness. And one of the players have been struck behind his head. The return came back and struck one of the players at the back of his head. Let's hope that it's not so much of a bad injury there, but of the physio right now, the medics is really heading towards him. He was unsighted there. His back was turned, and the fielder just collecting and throwing in from square, and the ball striking the player at the back of his head. So let's hope that the injury is not as bad as it looks, and he will have recovered well enough to be able to continue his innings. Otherwise, we will see him retiring hurt, at least for the moment, and will be replaced with another batter. Hopefully, that's not the case. So, of course, game is interrupted there by that event, that injury. And meantime, of course, the players take the opportunity to hydrate themselves some more. So at this time, we'll take a short break, and we'll be right back with the commentaries. Stay tuned. Well, welcome back to the Benjamin Park. Of course, Connor Elcott had to retire hurt as a result of that injury from that ball. So currently he's been given some treatment. As we continue, Joseph, and Edwards is the man on strike. Quite unfortunate for him. to have to depart the crease in that fashion, but hopefully he can recover and return to the crease. That's Khan Elcock. Meantime, Edwards will pick up a single on the offside. So Royce Paul is the man who has replaced the retired hurt Khan Elcock, who got that injury there. And he's beaten there outside the off stump. Seems if there's an appeal there for a cut behind, but umpire Andy Williams is unmoved. 90 to score, 91 to score without loss. And Theo Edwards is on 48, just too shy of his half century. Having a very good start there with his partner, Khan Elcock, who just retired hurt as a result of that injury. Fielder throwing back in and the ball striking Elcock at the back of his neck, behind his head, and had to retire hurt. But he's currently been given some treatment as Paul drives and will pick up the single. So after 18, it's 91 now, the score. It's 91 for no loss. Right now it's pretty cool now. A huge shadow is cast over the ground, but it's not dark by any means. It's just cool and shady at the moment as a result of overhanging clouds. Joel will continue from the southern end, the highway end, and he's bowling from over the wicket. Joel, and he's sweeping there, not quite getting hold of this one. And of course, will not get anything from that. So Joel just missing the radar there. Needs to get back on line and length and keep the pressure on the batters this time, just over pitching somewhat. And the batter not quite taking advantage of that delivery. Perhaps could have gotten more out of that. There's a gap there between the captain, who's at between the cover and extra cover. And this time it drives hard down the ground. But mid-on will field and they will only get the single. So really there's a huge gap between the captain and the man posted at a point on the offside. But Jura seems to be bowling to his field. Wide signals umpire. Drifting off target this time. Jura really have to maintain that execution, that accurate execution and discipline to keep the ball in the right areas, especially in light of your field setting. So you have to really bowl to your field, especially when there are certain areas that are spacious within the field setting, as the one that I just talked about, between a point and all the way towards the cover region. So after 20, it is 93 for no loss. So Paul is a man on strike. Meantime, Jelani Joseph will continue from the North End, looking for his first wicket there, and the first wicket for Dominica. Royce Paul. And he's just pushing back. Aerial, it seems. Will he be given out? And it's given out. So out caught there, caught and bowled. Low full toss. And Royce Paul driving it straight back into the hands of Joseph. So Joseph is the man making a breakthrough there for Dominica. St. Lucia losing their first wicket. 93 for the loss of one. Yeah, so a much needed breakthrough there by Dominica. Of course, St. Lucia having a very good start. And finally making that breakthrough there. And picking up their first wicket. Of course, Jelani Joseph is the man doing the damage there. Making that dent. Having bowled 5 overs. Really had to toil hard for that wicket. And going for 26 runs for his first wicket. Of course, the retired hurt guy is being given some attention now. And he might be transported to the hospital. I suspect he will be transported to the hospital. So, you could see the firemen are currently at the stands. And I suspect he will be taken away for further medical treatment at the hospital. So, Colonel Elcock is going to be looked after further at the hospital. So he'll be examined there, I'm sure, just to ensure that he's okay, because he was struck on his head, the back of his head, that is, by a delivery coming from a fielder. So Colonel Elcock is now being transported to the hospital for further medical attention. Hopefully that all goes well for him and for St. Lucia. Really giving his team a very good start there at the top of the order, along with Theo Edwards. And Stephen Abraham now is the man on strike. So Joseph will continue from the North End. Has picked up the first. I'm sure he'll be looking to pick up a few more here for Dominica. Has really toiled hard for that wicket. That's Jelani Joseph. Sometimes that's the case when batters really batting very well. Wickets sometimes can be very hard to come by. So Stephen Abraham has faced 2 deliveries so far, not yet off the mark, as Joseph continues to toil for additional wickets. Joseph, and the batter is beaten here. All ends up by a superb ball. The ball just drifting away from the right-hander, getting some purchase there of the pitch at very good length. So just landing the ball in the zone of doubt, and the ball just turning away from the right-hander. Very good keeping there by Kind George at the back. This one is brought up further, and the batter just pushing back down the track, and they can't score. So Joseph just looking to work on that new batter. His eye is not yet in, and just trying perhaps to dismiss him. Joseph. And this time missing his line there, going down the leg side, as umpire Andy Williams does some exercise. Joseph And that was well played there to complete the over. So after 21, it is 94 for the loss of 1. St. Lucia has won the toss and they have opted to bat first. And since then, it's been tough going for the local squad. Openers giving St. Lucia a very good start there. And of course, just moments ago, Jelani Joseph picking up the first wicket, making the first breakthrough. Was Joseph bowling 6 overs. And for that wicket, had to toil hard. Meantime, we are seeing the introduction of the captain. Of course, the captain bringing himself on. Left arm orthodox spinner. So it's going to be slow bowling for now at both ends. The sun has come out again in all of its brilliance here at the Benjamin's Park. So Jason Vidal is the man who has been brought in. And he'll be operating from the southern end, that is the Indian River end. Just making some adjustments there in the field. Pulling to the right-hander Edwards, who's on 47. He's the well-set batter. Of course, there's a sleeping place. There's for them against St. Lucia and put them under some pressure. Vidal again, good length ball. Appeal for leg before. But umpire Cameron Green is not interested. So Vidal already creating some problems there for the right-hander. He's on 47. And this time he just tucks this one around the corner. And they will go up and down. No, but the idea has been about it, of course, as a result of good fielding there by Joseph. Jelani Joseph running in across there from first slip. So very good effort, very good fielding effort, I must say, by Jelani Joseph, having to run from first slip all the way to his left towards a short fine leg and deny, of course, a couple of runs. Well, one from what they initially was thinking of, a couple. So restricting the batters there to just a single there. So Vidal will continue his operation from the Indian River end. The captain, so he has brought himself on. Really pleasant day for cricket here at the Benjamin's Park, and very good wicket to play on. Excellent conditions for the lovely game of cricket, the gentleman's sport, as it were. And Ibrahim just looking to forge another partnership there along with Edwards, who the well-set batter. And this time he goes big, high, in the air. And the catch is taken. What a catch. Really didn't look like anyone would have picked that up. Toussé running hard to his right. Negotiated well. And, of course, really making it look very easy out there. That's Darren Toussé. So St. Lucia losing their second wicket. It's now 95 for the loss of 2. So play is about to resume. Of course, Lee John is the man who has replaced Stephen Abraham, the man who was caught at wideish long on, almost a cow corner position. Darren Toussé having to run hard from mid-on all the way to his right, really covering several yards of grounds there in order to take that catch. And really made it look extremely easy. Darren Tuse, really superb fielding there by him. And of course, that's the sort of fielding that is required in order to win matches. As they always say, catches win matches. And that certainly was no exception to that. So, of course, I'm sure Vidal would be quite pleased with that wicket. And that fielding effort there by Darren Tuse. So Justin, of course, picking up his first in his first over. And he'll be bowling to Lee John. So Lee John also is one of the batters who is quite capable with the bat. Lee John. We saw that against St. Vincent and the Grenadines yesterday right here at the Benjamin Park. So he's one of the batters that they must try to get early. Because if he gets set, he can be a problem, a handful for the local squad. So after 22, it's 95 for the loss of 2 wickets. So Joseph will carry on from the northern end. The fielders are in, of course, on about the 30-yard circle, most of them. So we have first slip. We have point, backward point, plus extra cover, mid off, or rather long off, mid on, short mid wicket. Of course, there's cover and extra cover as well. So on about the 30-yard circle. Joseph. He's really been bowling quite tidily. That's Joseph. Not giving too many away. Has gone for less than 6 runs and over so far in his spell. Has picked up the 1 wicket and has gone for 27 runs. And his 6.2 bowled so far. So going at an economy rate of 4.26 runs and over. So less than 6 runs and over so far. And looking to add to his tally of wickets. Very good ball there by Joseph. But the batter equal to the task. Theo Edwards is the man on strike. Smothering the spin there on that occasion. He's just 2 runs shy of his half century. Really had a good start along with Khan Elcock, who retired hurt and has been transported to the hospital. Receiving some medical attention. Hopefully he can return, recover and return and continue his innings. Theo Edwards, he's on 48. Shot and he's pulled in ferociously through mid-wicket. And that's his half century. So 50 for Theo Edwards. And it's now 99 for the loss of 2. As he acknowledges the applause coming from the dressing room at the moment with the lifting of the bat. So, of course, he has moved to 52 now, Theo Edwards. A very good knock there by Edwards, showing a lot of maturity with the bat, a lot of technical prowess. The typical open batsman type of approach. And you really can't take away from this half century by Theo Edwards. Short, and he just paddles this one around. There's a huge gap there in that area. It might go for 4. The outfield is somewhat fast, and it has been signaled 4, so 4 more to Theo Edwards. He moves to 56. So there's a huge gap there between square leg and where perhaps fine leg would be, and the keeper. In fact, there's nobody down there, and of course Edwards just taking advantage of that space, just paddling this one around, using the pace of the bowling more than anything else, and achieving the boundary. So it's 103 now for the loss of 2 after 23 overs. So they have crossed the 100 mark as well, by the way. So not only did Theo Edwards reach his half century, but the team has also crossed the 100 mark, achieving this in the 23rd over. 103 for 2 as the captain continues from the Indian River end, that is the highway end, and looking to add to his tally of wickets. Already picked up the 1 wicket. Vidal, flighted delivery, and the batter is driving smoothly and elegantly down towards mid-on, but they can't score. So really struck it hard. Perhaps if he had just delayed the shot a bit, that might have allowed for the single. But it was so well timed and struck. Almost playing on that occasion, getting the inside edge there. Looking to court. And the ball just getting the inside edge and almost coming back onto the stumps, landing just near the off stump. Flighty delivery over, extra cover for 4. That was brilliantly driven there. Jason Vidal just flighting somewhat. And of course, Lee John taking advantage of that and clearing the head of the man at extra cover for 4. So Lee John, I told you earlier, is no slouch of the bat. He's one of the main batters of the top order of St. Lucia. And if he gets set there, he can become a handful for the opposition. So they have to be careful that they don't give him any opportunity of settling, because he can be a very difficult campaigner here for the local squad. So they have to try and restrict him as much as possible. Lee John is on 4, and he's the man on strike currently. Oh my goodness, he almost got bowled there by this one, coming back, and the ball getting the inside edge, and almost coming back onto the stumps. Lucky for him on that occasion. So the ball trickling down towards the fine leg region, and the batter's taking a couple. 109 now for 2 the score. So John has to be careful here. Lee John, who's the man on strike. Meantime, Vidal will look for his 2nd wicket. Flighty delivery there, the ball coming off the edge and passing through where perhaps 2nd snip would have been. And they will get the run. So after 24, it is 109 for 2. 110 rather. So it's 110 for the loss of 2 wickets. Theo Edwards is on 56, and Lee John is on 7. This is the 2024 Winlott Islands Under 19 Super 50 tournament, hosted right here on the Nature Isle. Dominica is taking on St. Lucia, the defending champions, at the Benjamin's Park. Of course, St. Lucia is no longer champions. They were back-to-back champions last year and the year before. but they have been dethroned by Grenada. But they are still, of course, somewhere up there in the second place at the moment. We'll have to wait and see how the games conclude down there at Geneva in Grand Bay, in the south of the island. And of course, based on the result down there, we'll finally know what the positions of the teams are at the end of the tournament. But we are certain that Grenada has already topped it, and no efforts by any of the other teams will prevent Grenada from lifting the trophy this year, this time around. But we'll have to wait for the conclusion of the rest of the teams' matches in order to see exactly how they place after Grenada, obviously. So Joseph will continue. He's in the 8th over. Joseph just looking for his second wicket here at the Benjamin Spark against St. Lucia. Very good delivery. Just drawing the batsman forward. Looks quite technically sound on that occasion. That's Lee John. Smothering the spin on that occasion on the front foot. Short of a length, the ball getting some purchase there. Just on about the off stump, and the batter just punching away through the offside just for a forward of point. And he can't score. Of course, just looking to forge another healthy partnership there. That's Lee John and Theo Edwards. They had a very good one at the top of the order between the openers. And perhaps that partnership between the openers would have been a longer one had it not been for that injury sustained by Khan Elcock, who is now receiving some medical attention at the hospital as a result of a blow that he received. Joseph. And of course, John ignores this one outside the off stump. So far, so good. Sensible batting there by Lee John. Joseph. Very good length delivery. And again, smothering the spin on the front foot. So after 25, it's 110 for the loss of 2. Meantime, Vidal will continue his attack from the Indian River end. Has already picked up the 1 wicket and going at a decent enough economy rate, 4.3 runs and over. Actually, he's going at 4 runs and over. That's Jason Vidal, having bowled 2 overs already and picking up a vital wicket. Meantime, Edwards, who's on 56, is the man on strike. Dominica pressing for a third. We are at the halfway stage. Of course, just leaving the halfway stage. Meantime, there's Tusia seem to have suffered an injury. It appears to be a cramp. And of course, a substitute fielder will come in for Darren Tusa. Just making his way out of the grounds at the moment. I'm sure he'll receive some attention there from the medics. course, we'll get some more information as to what his situation is. That's Darren Tuse, who is out. And Vidal again is on the money and joined the batsman forward. Of course, just trying to maintain their discipline there in terms of consistently delivering good lines and lengths to the batters. And this time, of course, nudging this one there towards backwards square leg, and they pick up a couple of runs. So 2 more to St. Lucia and 2 more to Edwards. Vidal. And the batter just looking to cut this one there, but I suspect he was cramped for room. Perhaps just too close to apply the cut shot. Vidal from around the wicket. And going for the big heave. The ball is going towards the boundary. And it's going to be signal 4, so it's 4 more. Of course, this one has flighted somewhat, and the batter getting underneath this one. And of course, depositing it over the just inside the fence towards the onside. Whitish long on, that is, and will achieve another boundary. So Edwards moves to 62. Of course, Vidal now has something to think about because Edwards, the well-set batter, is already looking to capitalize on anything that is in his arc. So he's well set, and I'm sure he can play certain shots now that perhaps earlier he would not have played. And that's usually the case with batters. So they conserve certain shots for later when they are well set. Of course, just trying to play as smart as possible. And so as you go into your innings at various phases, there are certain shots that you will employ and others you will not. And very good delivery there by Justin Vidal. Just almost getting the outside edge. And that takes us to the end of the over. So after 26, it's 116 for a loss of 2. Edwards is on 62 and his partner Lee John is on 7. So there's a change in bowling. So Jelani Joseph has been rested. He has been switched off the attack, and it's going to be Mosiah Thomas, who has bowled 2 overs, went for 14 runs without wicket. He has been brought back into the attack from the northern end. So Jelani Joseph had a long spell there, bowling 8 overs consecutively and picking up the 1 wicket. And of course, Mosiah Thomas has been brought back into the attack. So, interesting move there by the captain. He's coming in from over the wicket. And a very what a yorker that was, almost having the batter bowled there. That's Lee John coming down on it, just jamming down the bat at the last moment. But that was a very good first delivery by Mosiah Thomas. Of course, just trying to surprise the batter there on that occasion. Let's see what he will produce this time around. Following that Yorker length delivery. Mosiah Thomas this time looking to cut, but didn't get the angling right. Perhaps it might have been a bit too close to employ that sort of shot. or just didn't get the right angling of his bat at the moment of contact. Thomas over the wicket, and the ball just slipping off his hands, so he'll have to go back to the top of his mark. That's Mosiah Thomas. Very good day for cricket. Lovely sunshine here at the Benjamin's Park. A gentle breeze blowing across the ground. Perfect conditions for play here. As Thomas, of course, makes his way from the north end. Shot of a length, and the batter just dabbing this one there towards backward point. Joel Gerard is the man there doing the fielding. Well stopped. St. Lucia just looking to forge another partnership, as we saw earlier. Had a very good opening stance between Elcock Khan and Theo Edwards. And who knows how far that partnership would have gone had it not been for that injury that Elcock Khan suffered. And he's pulling disdainfully towards mid-wicket. Short ball. All the time in the world. And the ball coming off the meat of the bat and traveled like a rocket away to the fence. So it's 4 more to Lee John and 4 more to St. Lucia. And so the ball has been retrieved. It went very far. It's a large park, by the way. And went all the way towards the football stand on the other side. Mosiah Thomas. Let's see how he's going to come back. And this time, the batter is just nudging this one on the front foot away towards the offside. So, sort of a good comeback delivery. But nonetheless, the batters were still able to squeeze a single out of it. Just keeping the score ticking over. Of course, there's nobody right in front of the bat, per se. Thomas from over the wicket. And, of course, the batter ignores this one completely outside the off stump. So after 27, it is 121 for the loss of 2. And I suspect drinks. So it's drinks break. So I'm going to also take my break. And after that, of course, we'll return to continue the action here at the Benjamin's Park. So, of course, don't go away. Stay tuned for this encounter between Dominica and St. Lucia here at the Benjamin's Park. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Benjamin's Park to resume play after the drinks break. Of course, the fast bowler has been brought back into the attack, so the captain removing himself on the north southern end. So we see Kester Lestrade has been brought back into the attack. So currently on both ends, it's a medium pace. So of course, just looking to mix up things, not allowing the batters to settle against their bowlers. So Lestrade is the man into the attack. Short. And this one is guided down towards third man. And the batters will get one. So one more to the total. Meantime, down there at Geneva, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are in all sorts of trouble. They are 74 for the loss of 8 against Grenada. So it really doesn't look any better for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They already are occupying the bottom of the table as far as points, having lost all their matches already. And currently against Grenada are 74 for the loss of 8 down there at Geneva's playing field. Meantime, Lestrade will continue from over the wicket. Short, and this one is pulled disdainfully over backward square leg. Actually, it bounced, so one bounce to the fence for a moment. Really looks like a maximum, but the ball falling just inside the rope, very near the rope. And of course, it's 4 more. So 4 to Edwards. The well set Edwards, he's on 62. Of course, his score will go up to 66 now. And it's 126 for 2. Of course, Edwards right now just looking to pounce on anything that presents itself as a scoring opportunity. So really looking to cash in now on the runs. He's very well set at the crease. Has his half century already. Eye is well open. Feet are moving quite nicely. And again, short, and it's pulling hard towards mid wicket. And it's a boundary again. So Edwards is on a roll. So he's moved to 70 now. And the score is 130 for the loss of 2. Lestrade has been given the treatment there, just bowling some half trackers, and the set Theo Edwards is taking full advantage of these. So he really needs to make the necessary adjustment as far as his line and his length in particular. Really is bowling too short on this surface. It's a very good surface to bat on. The ball is already playing true. The bounce is genuine. And of course, if a batter is well set, he's really going to take advantage of that. Lestrade and makes the adjustment of his length, but will not prevent a single on this occasion. So Theo Edwards moved to 71 now. And Lee John, who is on 13, is brought into strike. 131 for the loss of 2. We are in the 20th over at the moment. St. Lucia won the toss and opted to bat first. Meantime, Lestrade is looking for his first down the leg side, just missing his line there, and it will be signal wide. It is wide. So one more to the total. Lestrade already going for 25 runs in his 26 rather, in his 3.4 overs bowled so far, and he's going just a little bit above 6 runs and over. So his economy rate. So just moving away from the 6-run mark. I usually use 6 runs as a mark. I think if a bowler goes for about 6 runs and below, he's bowling relatively well. But anything above that is an indication that he's not doing so good. So if he can pull back things a bit by just tightening on his bowling, of course he will have done himself a good service. If you are not taking wickets, you should not be going for too many runs as a bowler. So I'm sure he would want to work on that. Short and again straight down the leg side. So having some difficulty with his lines and lengths at the moment. That's Lestrade. And currently it is 133 for 2. So Jackson Vidal has changed his position. He has moved from the southern end to the northern end of the ground. So he's now coming back into the attack. So just shifting positions. Perhaps it might be more effective on that side of the ground. Meantime, there is one slip in place. There's an extra cover. Long off, long on, deep mid wicket. There's a man at backward point, a short third man, and there's a man at deep cover point. So deep cover point. So a man at point in Gerald Jura. A slip, a short third man, almost resembling a fly slip position. In fact, it is a fly slip position. And Vidal flies again, just looking to lure the batter into a false stroke, but he was equal to the task. The right-hander, that is Edwards, the well-set batter. He's on 71, he's the man on strike. And again, showing some good dexterity with the bat there. Showing some good concentration as well. Has been there for some time. Has faced 95 deliveries already. And so has really been showing some good concentration and good technique. Flighty delivery. Ball dropping very quickly at the last moment. The batter was equal to the task. Theo Edwards. Vidal just looking for a second wicket here. And the ball, I'm not sure what it went off, if it came off the edge of the bat or if it was just extra bounce and turns there. But we'll have to see what the umpire signals, and he signals a bye. So, of course, the ball didn't get any bat on that occasion. It was just an excellent delivery with bounce and turn and moving away, shaping away from the batter. And so at the end of the 29th over, it is now 135 for the loss of 2. So Lucia just looking to post a very solid total on the board. I'm sure they'll be eyeing the 200 mark from here onwards. Still have 8 wickets in hand and just a few overs past the halfway stage. So approaching the 30 over mark now. Lee John. And John pushes away towards a short mid wicket. And the batters will take 1. So, of course, John just providing some very good support there to the well-set Theo Edwards, who's on 71. So John is on 14 at the moment. And really forging another healthy partnership there for St. Lucia. And rightfully so. Of course, losing one of their opening batters, not by the out route, but as a result of injury, had to be made to retire. And is now receiving medical attention at the hospital. Was struck by a ball. And this time just dabbing this one down towards third man. And will get a single. Just using the pace of the ball there. There was room. The length was there. The room was there. So Lestrade has not gotten it right yet as far as his lines and lengths. Really need to bowl a bit more tight. No slip in place. There's a fly slip on about the 30-yard circle in place. So there is no third man at the moment. Just a man at a short fine leg. There's backward square leg on about the 30-yard circle. Of course, there's a deep mid-wicket near the boundary in the person of Lucia Charles. And of course, mid-on has been lengthened. So mid-on at the moment has been lengthened. He's going all the way back to the boundary, and there is long on the boundary. Short, and he's on the back foot. And of course, cover point will prevent the boundary. So they will only get one on this occasion. Really splendid day for cricket here at the Benjamin's Park, and brilliant sunshine streaming down from the cosmos. Ideal conditions for cricket. Very good pitch to bat on, and also it's a relatively good pitch to bowl on too. So it's a fairly balanced pitch. And Lestrade, of course, he's into his 5th over now. Kester Lestrade. Shot of a length from the batter defense. Chance of a run out there, and the batters are making it home. Of course, just putting some pressure on the fielder, tucking this one to a short mid-wicket. The ball going straight to man. There was, for a moment, an opportunity for a run out, but the fielder not executing on time, of course. And you could see right now the batters have a short conference at the middle of the pitch, of course, with regards to that last play. Of course, they both knew it was risky. And, of course, one of them could have been run out. So perhaps just communicating about that. And Lestrade, short, and he's pulling towards mid-wicket. But there's a man there now in the person of Lucia Charles, and they will only get one. Now 140 for the loss of 2 now. And Edwards is on 74, and his partner Legion is on 16. A healthy partnership they're already developing between the two. So, of course, a partnership of 45 or 48 deliveries. Lestrade. And this one is down the leg side. Wide signal to umpire. So it's another one for St. Lucia. 141 now for the loss of 2. So like I said, a healthy partnership between Theo Edwards and Legion of 46 of just 48 delivery. I'm sure they'll be looking to extend that partnership on the surface. But Lestrade really having some difficulty there with his lines and lengths. Really need to adjust that. Lestrade from over the wicket he comes. And excellent delivery there. And that's the sort of balls that he needs to bowl. Good length, good line, and just squeezing the batters. And so, of course, we haven't seen that consistently from him ever since he started bowling. But in this final ball, we saw a glimpse of what he should be doing more often than not. So that takes us to the end of the over. And after 30, it is 141 for the loss of 2. Jackson Vidal will continue operations from the North End. I'm just looking for his second wicket. I've gone for 15 runs so far in his 4 overs. So pretty decent economy rate, 3.75 runs. And looking to, of course, make another inroad with Vidal. And the batter is well behind on the back foot, and they can score. So Theo Edwards is on 74 now. Very good knock there so far. And he's driving. Ball might have come off the edge. Let's see. But of course, it was just an extra spin there from Jackson Vidal. The ball deviating away from the right hander and going all the way towards slip. So Justin Vidal is certainly getting some purchase of this pitch. And this time, this one almost squares the batsman up as a result of purchase. But the batter was, of course, presenting the full face of the bat there. But Vidal is certainly getting some purchase from the pitch. Of course, well flighted delivery this time, well up. But Edwards is satisfied with just a push back down the track. Vidal down the leg side. Of course, at first, the batters were looking for that extra quick run, but had to change their minds as a result of quick fielding there by wicketkeeper Kine, coming from behind and moving quickly to his left, and discouraging that run. So Edwards is the man on strike, and again this one is on the money, and of course after 31 it's 141 for the loss of 2. Meantime, Lestrade will continue. The struggling Lestrade, of course, has some difficulty in maintaining lines and lengths. And he's kept on strike. Of course, the captain seems to have some confidence in him. Has struggled with the ball there in terms of maintaining line and length. Has gone for more than 6 runs and over. But somehow the captain seems to be showing some faith in his medium fast bowler, Lestrade. Doesn't seem to be correcting that issue as far as his lines and lengths strain still down the leg side. Really need to make an adjustment there. Perhaps his technique, not sure exactly why he isn't able to target the off stump, the top of off stump. In fact, that's a basic philosophy in bowling. Bowlers must always look to target the top of off stump as much as possible. And he has been strained down the leg side so often. That is not what you want to be delivering against two batters who are well set. Lestrade. And the batter is pushing forward in defense. And they can't score. Lestrade. And this time just working this one away on the onside towards short mid-wicket. And they'll have to settle for a single there as a result of very good fielding by Lucia Charles. Coming in from the boundary. He's somewhere outside the 30-yard circle towards deep mid-wicket. Just a few yards inside the boundary. Lestrade again. Just not finding that line. Lestrade, of course, having to abort his run up there. Of course, there's a man at short fine leg. There's a man at backward square leg. There's mid wicket deep. There's mid on. As Lestrade makes his way into the right hander. Of course, the ball lobbing there towards the man at short backward square leg. And they can't score. 143 now for the loss of Lestrade is on 74 at the moment. Its partner Lee John is on 17. A very healthy partnership of 48 or 58 deliveries between the two. So perhaps just looking to repeat what they started at the top of the order between the openers. I'm sure they are eyeing well beyond the two mark. Lestrade again having to abort his run. Just missing his run there. So he's having difficulty with his run up at the moment. He's also having difficulty with his lines and lengths, especially his lines. So it's not going very well right now for Kester Lestrade. Really has to concentrate and try to get it right. Dig deep. The batters, of course, working this one away on the onside there. The man at backward square not feeling well and allowing the single. Of course, Lee John is the man on strike from the Northern end. Lestrade, the struggling Lestrade as he comes in now. They're just guiding this one there. There's no sleep in place. And third man is brought into play. And there, meantime, they are taking one on the throw and successfully achieve that. So one more. So it's 2 runs to the total. Of course, just taking advantage of that gap there between the keeper and third man. $146 now for the loss of 2. We are in the 32nd over. And Edwards has moved to 75. And Lee John is on 19. And of course, it's a current partnership of 51. So of course, they have a 50-run partnership now between this pair. So of course, congratulations to them, I'm sure. And they'll be quite pleased with that. Lestrade, final ball of his over, and of course just keeping things quiet there, and that takes us to the end of the over. So after 32, it is 146 for the loss of 2. John is on 19 and his partner Edward is on 75. Remember, St. Lucia won the toss and elected to bat first here at the Benjamin's Park, and so far so good for them, having a very good start at the top of the order between Theo Edwards and Elton Koch, or rather Can Koch, who is currently receiving medical attention at the hospital. Was struck by a ball coming from one of the fielders at the back of his head, and so right now he's been treated at the hospital. Of course, we will get you an update as to what his status is at the hospital. Meantime, Jackson Vidal will continue from the north end. And they will certainly push for 2 here. And they will get it. So the batters are ready, keeping the score, ticking over. Really seeking every run scoring opportunity. And rightfully so. In this format, you can't just rely on boundaries. You have to pick the gaps and keep the score ticking over. And so far, we've seen that being executed by even the first partnership between the openers, between Edwards and Can Elcock. And now we are seeing the very same thing happening between Lee John and Edwards, the well-set Theo Edwards, who's currently on strike, and he's on 77 at the moment. I'm sure he'll be eyeing his century. Along the leg side, and it's going to be signaled wide. Of course, Edwards just looking to capitalize on that gap there towards a backward square leg, but wasn't able to make contact. Vidal, in search of his second wicket, has been toiling already. Wickets are not easy to come by at the moment as a result of very good batting by this pair, already producing a 54-run partnership. Really making it difficult for the bowlers at the moment. The execution is quite accurate as far as the application of their technique. They seem to have very good concentration as well, which is so required in as a batter. So Vidal just looking to the captain make an inroad for his team. Was understanding how crucial it is right now to begin making some breakthroughs, lest St. Lucia take the game away from you. And again, taking that quick single on the offside. So that's the end of the over. After 33, it's 151 for the loss of 2. Edwards is on 78 and his partner John is on 20. A healthy partnership of 56 right now. So I'm sure they'll be quite pleased with that. Meantime, the work of the local side is caught out for them. And trying to make some more penetrations there. St. Lucia will be eyeing the 200 mark and plus. So I'm sure they'll be looking to go beyond to the 200 mark. And produce some scoreboard pressure when it's time for the local side to chase. Of course, it's always a good thing to have a healthy total on the board. That in itself is some pressure, added pressure. The amount of runs that is to be pursued. We're going to see Gerald Girard come back into the attack from the Indian River end. So, of course, he has replaced the medium fast bowler. That's Kester Lestrade. And he'll be bowling to Lee John, who is on 20 at the moment. Really forged a good partnership there with Theo Edwards. They'll be looking to extend that partnership. Meantime, Jura will be looking to break it. Let's see what he has up his sleeve in this over. Really bright sunshine here at the Benjamin's Park at the moment. And a lovely outfield. It's a lovely atmosphere and beautiful surrounding. You can see the mountain ranges, beautiful mountain ranges. And a lovely greenery here. Towards the south, towards the east, towards the north. We are surrounded by some beautiful mountain ranges. And of course, towards our west, a lovely waterfront. Joel Jura, as he gets set to continue his over. And this time bringing the batter forward. So, of course, both batters are prepared to do what's necessary, to do what's right. To really applying themselves, playing forward when they need to, keeping bat and pads close together, not allowing any space between bat and pad, no gate for the ball to come back into the batter and bowl him. So they're really just showing some really good skill there, I must say. And that is precisely what is required if you are going to survive against good bowling. Applying very good and sound technique most of the times. Of course, there's always going to be moments of luck in cricket, but for the most part, a very good run in there between the wicket by this pair. For the most part, as batters, you have to be doing the right things over and over again So that's where discipline comes into play. And of course, they have got up to the 150 mark. As we hear the applause coming from their dugout. Of course, just recognizing that milestone of 150 now. So they are currently on 153 for the loss of 2. So, of course, that takes us to the end of the over. After 34, it is 153 for the loss of 2. John is on 22, and his partner is on, Edwards is on 78. Still a very fine day here at the Benjamin's Park. And, of course, I'm seeing some spectators out there towards the stand, especially the one towards the highway, the Indian River side. Both stands, of course, are occupied with some spectators, just giving support to the local side and, of course, cricket in general. Some people really love the sport of cricket. And sometimes it really doesn't matter who is playing, so long as it's cricket. They'll come out and support the sport. Vidal continues. And this time just closing the face and getting the quick single there towards short mid-wicket. I'm sure Theo Edwards will be eyeing the centuries on 79 now. Vidal will continue. And again, with discipline, the batter is pushing forward. So both batters are really prepared to do the hard work and to apply good technique at the crease. Vidal, flighty delivery there, but is pushing towards cover point and will get the single. And of course, as a result of misfielding, we'll get a second run there. The ball just ricocheting off the man at cover point and going towards the point region. Dura is the man just looking to do the cleanup work there, but that allowed sufficient time to pick up another one. 156 for the loss of 2. A partnership of 61 now between these two at the crease, and they are currently going at 4.5 runs and over. Of course, a projected score of 226. So if they continue at that rate, they will certainly get up to 226 runs at the end. Vidal, and of course the batter just parting this one outside the off stump, and they can score. St. Lucia on the right path, having 2 very solid partnership. The opening pair now this one, and really setting their team in a very solid place right now, very strong position, and they are well set, of course, to go in well beyond the 200 mark. Vidal from the northern end, and again the batter is drawn forward and really held his pose there on the front foot, really showing some confidence and certainty about what he's doing. Vidal, and this time the batter is just pushing towards cover, and they will get the run. So of course John will maintain the strike, and the score now is 157 for the loss of 2 after the 35th. You are viewing, of course, the 2022 Winlott Islands Under 19 Super 50 tournament, hosted right here on the Nature Isle of Dominica. And of course, we are winding down towards the end of it. And currently, of course, games are going on. A match is going on down there at the Geneva's playing field between Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Earlier, St. Vincent and the Grenadines was 74 for the loss of 8 wickets. And they have not won a match yet thus far in the tournament. Meantime, St. Lucia and the local squad will be looking for a W in this encounter. I think any one of these two, most likely who wins here today, will play second. because it is quite imminent that down there, Geneva, Grenada is going to continue on their winning streak. The writing is already on the wall. So although cricket is a great game of uncertainty, but given the form that Grenada is in right now as a collective, as a whole, as a team, their winning streak, they are high on confidence. St. Vincent, on the other hand, is quite the contrary, having lost all their matches already, and right now in a bit of a board as far as runs on the board. And that was moments ago. St. Before for 8, most likely will have lost all their matches. So I'm just predicting right now what I think is going to happen. I think they're going to occupy the bottom of the table. And any one of the teams that wins this encounter will place second. And of course, the loser most likely will place third. Grenada is already at the top of the table. And of course, champions already. Dethroning, of course, St. Lucia, who were back-to-back champions last year and the year before last. Meantime, Jura will continue. And he goes for the big shot there, straight back over the bowler's head, over the fence for 6. Mid-off, moving to his right, could not get to it. And it's a maximum for the right-hander, Edwards. So really just opening up his arm there, having a go there at this one. It was right in his arc. He's well set and really dispatching this one there straight back over Jura's head for a maximum. So he moves to 86. I'm sure right now we should be eyeing the century. Really trending towards the 100 at the moment. Theo Edwards. Dura flighty delivery this time and just pushing this one away for a single. 167 for the loss of 2. And Lady John is the man on strike at the moment. He's on 27, providing some very good support to his partner. A partnership of 71 now of 83 deliveries. Dura, flighty delivery and he's driving, but will find the man at short mid-wicket and they can't score. Really lovely conditions for cricket here at the Benjamin's Park. And of course, at the end of 36, it is 167 for the loss of 2. So Fontaine has been brought back into the attack from the northern end. The captain switching off himself. And there seems to be some drizzle in the atmosphere. Of course, it's raining already towards the mountain. So there's some rainfall in that famous spot up in the mountainside. That's in the area that we normally call Tuma Wayland. And it's currently filled with rain at the moment. And usually when you see that, it's a clear indication that the rain is encroaching. It's coming towards the Benjamin's Park at the moment. So yes, that area is filled with rain, Tuma Wayland. And very likely the rain will end up coming down to the park. But the match continues. In the meantime, of course, the groundsmen are making their way towards the cover. See Sam Kudun there and just monitoring the progress of the rain. Of course, the whole mountain range to going down towards Mon Diablote, of course, towards Mon Espanol. That whole mountain range is covered with rainfall at the moment. Fontaine over the wicket. And he's just driving back down the track towards mid-off and he will get a run. So these two are really well set at the moment and just collecting everything that that present themselves, whether it's a single or double, a boundary. Of course, they are batting superbly well at the moment. Of course, there's a drizzle right now. It's already coming down, and the umpires are monitoring the situation as the groundsmen are already in place. And of course, at the signal of the umpire, they will take the covers onto the pitch. But the 14, meantime, will continue from the northern end. And the batsman, of course, correctly forward, presenting the full face of the bat on this occasion. Really batting superbly there. Very impressive. And St. Lucia is really looking to score a total well beyond the 200 mark. 4-10. And usually has a knack for picking up wickets. And the batter this time is finding mid-on, shot mid-on. There's a chance of a run out and he's out. Run out there, driving straight to shot mid-on. And of course, collecting and pegging the stumps. He found the non-striker out of his grounds. And of course, St. Lucia losing their third wicket by the run-out route. So Edwards is the man who has been run out, the man who was well set in the 80s. Of course, a very good knock by him. It was very unfortunate that he had to go by that means of that run-out means. I'm sure he would have liked to score that century, but unfortunately he has to make his way back to the hut. He was well set and was really looking at like he would have scored the century. But as a result of very good fielding by the local side, of course, he was dismissed for 87, I suspect. I'll have to confirm that shortly. Just falling short of his century by a few runs. But a very good contribution by him. He's the man who opened the batting. Edwards. And finally, the partnership is broken there. Of course, the rains are still pouring down here. And perhaps the umpire might just call the covers in, but not strong enough yet to stop play. So the umpires have not called the covers yet, but it's raining here. There's a drizzle of rain. And it seems as if play will continue. And the rain, of course, has eased up somewhat. So, and of course, Fontaine will continue from the northern end. Another chance of a run out there. And as a result of overthrow, of course, the batters will pick up the run. So Lee John is the man on strike. And he's on the 28. So after 37, it is 169 for the loss of 3. So that's the situation now here at the Benjamin's Park. St. Lucia is 169 for the loss of 3 in the 36th or 7th over. So Tariq Edwards, the captain, is the man at the crease right now. He has replaced the outgone Edwards. And of course, Joseph is going to continue from the opposite end. has 2 more overs left. And he'll be looking to pick up a few more wickets here. That's Jelani Joseph, the leg spinner. Plus Lee John is currently on 30 as a result of this single. But I'm sure he'll be looking to carry on, bat out throughout the rest of the innings, and perhaps achieve a half century and forge a partnership with his captain Tariq Edwards and take them beyond the 200 mark. Meantime, Joseph will look to pick up another wicket. He has already 1 for 36. This one is it hard over cover point. It's a maximum 6 more to Tariq Edwards. So low full toss just outside the off stump. And of course, disdainfully blasting this one over a cover point. 6. Doesn't get too much better than this, I can tell you. $176 for the loss of 3 to score. St. Lucia winning the toss and opting first here at the Benjamin's Park in the encounter against the local squad, Dominica. Joseph, meantime, just looking to complete his spell of 10 overs and perhaps pick up a few more wickets. As a result of the drizzle, I'm sure the ball got some moisture. Of course, you could see him with his kerchief and just wiping the ball and ensuring that it's drying off so that he can grip the ball properly. And this time, bringing the bat on the front foot. The bat and pad close together. No space between bat and pad. Edwards, the man who just struck the blow there for the maximum. Of course, we'll look to capitalize on any scoring opportunity. He has already shown his intention here. And again, having a goal. This time, over extra cover. And the ball goes into the fence for 4. Vidal had no chance, the captain. So Tariq Edwards quickly moves to 10 of just 4 deliveries. 180 for 3 to score. It was very early in making his intentions known to the opposition. Really looking to attack the bowling. Interestingly, has just faced 4 deliveries and really looking to push on things. So I'm sure they are looking at a score of about 250 at the moment. Joseph. Flighty delivery there and the batter driving, but as a result of misfielding, they will get the single. Because the fielding really could be a bit better at this level. You just can't afford to allow this ball to go past you. Joseph is into his 9th over. The final ball of this particular over. Slight appeal there. The ball, of course, just colliding into the pads, but there may have been an inside edge and appeared to have been also the googly. But that takes us to the end of the over. And after 38, it is 182 for the loss of 3. So it seems that if the rains have gone away, and it's a brilliant sunshine right now at the Benjamin's Park. No signs of rain in that spot up there at Tuma Wayland. So I'm seeing some white fluffy clouds right now, and there's no rainfall up there. So of course, no threat of rain at the moment, and it's totally brilliant sunshine at the Benjamin's Park at the moment. Meantime, Fontaine will continue his work at the northern end. Of course, bowling 4 overs already and only going for 10 runs, so good economy rate of 2.5. And he'll be looking, I'm sure, to pick up a wicket. And the batter just having a go there, but missing this one completely. That is Edward. So Edward clearly is looking to push on things there for St. Lucia. From ball 1, he has been quite aggressive. And Fontaine has to be careful here that he doesn't bowl anything in the arc of Edwards, because he's clearly looking to have a go. And this time playing respectfully down the ground towards wideish mid-off, and we'll get the single. This is the Winlott Islands under 19 Super 50 tournament, hosted right here on the Nature Isle. And this is an encounter between the local squad Dominica and St. Lucia. The final games for both teams. Fontaine. And just nudging this one towards a short backward point. And of course will comfortably get the run. $184 for the loss of 3. Behind the 39th over, Edwards is on 12. His partner Lee John is on 37. And already looking to forge another partnership. Fontaine. Short of a length, and he's smacking this one. It might just go all the way. And yes, it does. The maximum on the up. And just throwing everything at this one. And the ball finding the meat of the bat. And of course, getting 6 for that. So Edwards is in no nonsense mood. And of course, looking to capitalize on anything that comes in his arc. He's really having a go now. That's Edwards. And you have to be, like I said earlier, Fontaine has to be careful here. Because anything that comes in his arc is definitely going to dispatch you and dismiss you from his presence. And we just saw that in that final delivery, in that last delivery. Fontaine has something to think about now. Let's see what he has up his sleeve this time. And this time the batter just pushes down towards a long on, and we'll get a run. And Edwards, of course, quickly races to 19 of just 9 deliveries. That's a very high strike rate there of 211. Almost a T20 fashion type of knock. T10, T20 fashion. Fontaine. And a very good Yorker length delivery, just blocking his own out, and of course Kine just looking to peg the wicket there. But I wasn't able to strike the Timbers. But there might have been an opportunity for a run out. So that takes us to the end of the over. After 39, it's 192 for 3. Of course, St. Lucia approaching the 200 mark. And so I'm sure they will be eyeing 250 plus in this encounter. Lee John is on 38. Really lovely day for cricket here, as the sun currently is out in all of its glory, all of its brilliance, We're streaming down beautifully onto the grounds. Really encouraging and inspiring the players here at the Benjamin's Park. As Joseph continues with his final over. Now having bowled 9 already, went for 48, picked up the 1 wicket, but still has an economy rate of below 6. So not too bad, Joseph. Bowling that almost Yorker length delivery, the ball dropping very quickly, well flighted, but dropping very quickly in front of him. So had to be careful with that one, and could have been easily bowled by that delivery. So just trying to produce that delivery, that flighty delivery that deceives the batter in flight. And this time he's bowling a length ball, but down the leg side, and it's going to be an extra as the umpire does some exercise at the moment. Lee John, he's on 38. As Joseph continues from the Indian River end. Flighty delivery and the batter just pushing with the turns. And they can score. Just pushing away with the turns towards the offside. And they can't beat the captain, Jason Vidal. Joseph. And good delivery uppishly and can beat Vidal again, who seems to be covering 2 positions between extra cover and cover. But there's a deep cover in place, so he's somewhere between extra cover and cover. But there's a man certainly down there at deep cover. So there's a cover point, there's deep cover, there's long off, there's extra cover. But closer to extra cover than cover. Interesting position there by Vidal. So he's closer to extra cover. But, of course, cover has been extended on the boundary as a result of the attacking mood of the batters. There is a backward point. There is a man at fly sleep on the 30-yard circle. Short mid-wicket, long off. Long on, deep mid-wicket, and short mid-wicket. So that's the field setting at the moment for the opposition. 193 for free. Let's see what Joseph has up his sleeve this time. 2 more balls left in his spell. Let's see if he can grab 1 more wicket to complete his spell. And, of course, just drawing the batter forward and we'll pick up the single. Joseph, so far 1 for 50 and has 1 more ball left in his 10-over spell. Edwards is on strike. And he comes back. And just tucks this one towards square leg. Backward square leg, that is. And we'll get the run. So, of course, that's the end of the over. So, after 40, it is 195 for the loss of 3. So, Joseph, after 10 overs, 1 maiden, picks up 1 for 51. That's 1 for 51 after 10. That's Jelani Joseph. And going at 5.1 runs and over. So that's the end of Joseph's spell. And it will be Fontaine who will continue from the Northern End. Has bowled 5 overs already. 1 maiden. Has gone for 20 runs and has not picked up the wicket. Only going at 4 runs and over. So I'm sure he'll be looking to add at least a wicket to his name in the remaining 5 overs if he's kept on for that long. But he's one of the key bowlers of the local squad and has bowled quite well, only going for 20 in his first 5. So let's see what he's able to produce this time around. Lee John Going for the big shot, driving hard. Will he be caught? Yes, it's taken. So it's caught at long off. Fontaine with his first wicket. St. Lucia, of course, suffering another casualty. So that's the fourth wicket for St. Lucia, going down 195 for 4. So Legion goes for 39. And of course, breaking that little partnership there. So Fontaine picking up his first wicket. So now he's 1 for 20 of 5.1. St. Lucia encroaching the 200 mark. I'm sure they must have been eyeing that ever since they were just above 100 for the loss of 1. And they are not far. They're just 5 runs shy of the 200 mark. And there are lots of overs still to be faced. 6 wickets still in the dugout. And I'm sure they'll be looking to push on things and get themselves up to at least 200. I'm sure they'll be quite pleased with that, 250 rather. I'm sure that may be a challenge for the local squad. $195 for 4 is the score now at Benjamin's Park between St. Lucia and Dominica. St. Lucia winning the toss and choosing to bat first. Fontaine, meantime, will continue operations. Very lovely day here at the Benjamin's Park for cricket. Very cool atmosphere. Sunshine streaming down. There are pockets of shade, of course, that's cast down by overhanging clouds, and that's making things even cooler. Fontaine, going past the outside edge, but we get that extra as a result of miskeeping there by Kind George. Just didn't collect cleanly, and that allows for the extra. 196 now for the loss of 4, the score. Dominica really toiling hard for their wickets in this encounter. Wasn't easy thus far for the local squad. Wickets are very hard to come by. St. Lucia forging some solid partnerships, 2 solid partnerships earlier before that last dismissal. Fontaine is driving straight back. And it's going to be 4. Of course, winning that race there between mid-off, the ball going straight back down the ground, and mid-off, or rather long-off, having no chance in cutting it off, and it's another boundary. 199 now for the loss of 4. Of course, it appears to be a concussion substitute at the wicket right now. Fontaine. Fontaine, as he continues his work, just looking to add to his tally of wickets there and put the St. Lucian under just a little bit of pressure. Right now things are quite easy for them at the moment, not under any real pressure per se. Still have some 9.4 balls to face, 9.4 overs. And still an opportunity, of course, to get up to the 250 mark. That's the end of the over. And after 41, it's 199 for the loss of 4. So Sachin Sipal is the concussion replacement of Khan Enoch, who suffered that injury there as a result of that blow. So of course he has joined Lee John, who's at the crease on 49. And Fidel, of course, is back into the attack. Vidal just looking to pick up a few more wickets here. Faster delivery, but the batter is equal to the task. So Sachin Sipal, of course, is the concussion replacement player. So it seems as if Khan Enoch has suffered a concussion and has been replaced, of course, with Sachin Sipal. Vidal, meantime, will continue from the Indian River end. Just looking to make some further inroads. So Lee John is the man on strike. Sachin Sipal, of course, the concussion replacement. So that's the end of the over. And after 41 is 196. Rather 200 for the loss of 4. Of course, so St. Lucia have reached the 200 mark at the moment. Of course, I'm sure they'll be quite pleased with that. And we'll be looking to perhaps add another 50 or 60 runs to the aggregate and make it a lot more challenging for the local squad. Add some more scoreboard pressure, so to speak. Usually when batters see large totals such as these, it usually places some psychological pressure on the batters. And so that is why it is so necessary that players be mentally tough, because the bigger the scorecard is, the more weight that is felt mentally, the more it challenges the mind. And quite apart from the fact that you have to concentrate and play, the bowlers themselves, the opposition on the field, you have to, oh, what a lovely shot, just helping him away towards the fence, low full toss, on about leg stump, and the batter just helping him away towards mid-wicket for 4. So 205 now, the score. John moves to 44. And Sachin Sipal is on 4. Sipal, of course, Fontaine has already picked up the 1 wicket, but has bowled relatively well so far. Fontaine, and he's driving towards mid-wicket again. The outfield is fast. A man gives chase, and of course will pull it in and prevent it from going across. And of course the batters will have to settle for 2. So 2 more to the total. 207 now for the loss of 4. Sipal seems to be on the go. So the batters are really having a go there. Edwards went, but the replacement, Sachin Sipal, is only continuing in the same vein. So it seems as if the players have clear instructions as to how to go about the innings from here on. They are wickets in hand and they are taking their chances and playing it sensible. And really just trying to maximize on every scoring opportunity. So Sipal is on 6. 207 for 4. Meantime, Fontaine will continue in this over. He's operating from the done end. Let's see what he has up his sleeve this time. And he's caught in, but straight to the run. He's out caught. Out caught at point. Short of a length outside the off stump. The batter looking to court, not quite getting hold of it. And he's unable to clear the head of the man in Gerald Jura, who was posted at point and making light work out of this one to dismiss Sachin Sipal. He goes for 6. 207 for 5. So St. Lucia suffering yet another casualty here. And of course that's good for the local squad. Just making some further inroads there. And I'm sure they might just want to limit the score to under 250. Can they do so? 5 more wickets in hand. I'm sure St. Lucia will be looking to get it up to the 250, 260 mark. In the meantime, Dominica will be looking to curtail things here and restrict St. Lucia to under 250. Doesn't seem likely at the moment. St. Lucia is trending towards the 250 mark. Lee John, who's on 44, is still at the crease. And he has been joined by Kevin Gassi. All-rounder. Well, I think it's the fast bowler of St. Lucia. And I'm sure he will be looking to forge a partnership with Lee John, the well-set batter, who's on 44. So Gassi is the man on strike at the moment. And of course, the sun has really come out in even more brilliance here this afternoon. Immediately, Gassi is playing straight down towards mid-off. And he's off the mark. So Fontaine has picked up his second wicket. Seems to have a knack for picking up wickets. That is Fontaine. So Dominica added 1 more to the aggregate, or rather St. Lucia. So they move to 208 now for the loss of 5. And Shonil Edwards is the man who has joined Lee John and has replaced Sachin Sipal, who went for just 6. Fontaine. And of course, just beating the outside edge of Edwards, Shonil Edwards. So after 43, it is 209 for the loss of 5. Vidal comes back into the attack from the southern end, the captain. And of course, he'll be delivering to Shonil Edwards, who's just on one, the new batter in. Of course, there's a fly slip in place, backward point, cover point, deep cover, extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, short mid wicket. So there's no fine leg in place. So there's nobody between the keeper and deep mid wicket. So there are acres of space there between deep mid wicket and the keeper. So of course Vidal has to really bowl accurately to avoid the ball from going in anywhere in that region from between deep mid wicket in the person of Lucia Charles, number 15, and the keeper himself. So there's a tremendous space there. So it's going to require some disciplined bowling now from Jason Vidal. And very good delivery there, getting some purchase, and the ball just shaping slightly away from the right-hander. That is Lee John approaching his half century. Lee John, he's on 45. Of course, Vidal just trying to keep it nice and tidy, not giving Lee John any room to cut. Of course, I'm just trying to bowl to his field placements. So most of his fielders are on the offside. And this time he finds deep cover for a single. So one more to the total. Lee John moves to 46. Just 4 shy now of his half century. On 210 for 5. Vidal having bowled almost 9 overs now. Just one more delivery left in his 9th over. Has picked up the 1 wicket and went for 25. Bowling 2 maidens in that so far. And again another good ball there to end the 9th over. So Vidal having bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens, 25, 1 wicket, and going at a very good economy rate of 2.78. So not a bad day at the office so far, Vidal. Really keeping things tight. Fontaine will continue from the northern end. Of course, John, who is on 46, is closing the face on that one, and will get a single. So Lucia is eyeing, I'm sure, the 250-60 mark there. Still lots of overs left. In order to do so, Fontaine. And a very good delivery there. Yorker length delivery on about the leg stump, midland leg. Batter wasn't able to do much with that one. Fontaine, one of the players with a golden arm, genuine all-rounder. Was on the 15 captain, and a very good batter as well, Fontaine. And of course, Lee John throwing the kitchen sink on this one and not making contact, and it's going to be signal wide. So an extra there to St. Lucia. Just missing the Raider. Fontaine. Just looking to add to his tally of wickets. Went for 34 thus far. And he's into his 8th over. Fontaine continues his work from the northern end. And this one just coming off the edge and going down towards third man. So it's one more to the aggregate. Fontaine. And Legion comes forward and opens the face top of the bat towards the third man. And that takes him much closer towards his half century. In fact, he has scored his half century. Because Legion making his half century in 77 deliveries. And currently the score is 216 for the loss of 5. Of course, St. Lucia is encroaching is looking towards the 250 mark, 260 mark. Still have 5 wickets in hand. And Legion is still there. First, a slight correction was made there with the scores. Legion is on 49. Just one shy of his half century at the moment. A full toss and just push this one towards mid wicket. Really should have capitalized on that. Edwards, and of course the 50 up for as he acknowledges the applause coming from his dressing room, from the dugout. So of course, so after 45, it's 215 for 5. So Vidal will continue operations from the north end. And of course, having a go straight back over Vidal's head for a maximum. 6 more to Edward. This one is flighted. And of course, the batter driving nicely through the line there. And this one went magnificently over the boundary for 6. Really timed this one there to perfection. Getting underneath this one and exploiting, of course, the aerial route for the maximum. St. Lucia really making efforts there towards getting up to the 250 mark, 260 thereabout. Still have about 4.1 overs to go. And he's going for the big give. The ball goes up into the air. Gerald Giroux is running towards it. And he makes the catch. Magnificent effort there by Gerald Giroux, who had to run from long off. And all the way towards wideish long off. And really making a catch out of this one. And that was almost miraculous there. Superb effort there by Gerald Giroux to dismiss, of course, Legion. So he goes for 55. That's Legion. Really having a good knock there, good day at the office. Really contributing significantly to their scorecard. He has been there for some time, and I'm sure they'll be pleased with his effort with the bat. That's Legion. So he goes for 55, and you could hear the applause right now coming from his dressing room, from his dugout, in appreciation, of course, of his efforts with the bat. So it's 222 now for the loss of 6. So Lucia losing the 6th wicket and the 46th over. And Justin Vidal is the man, of course, doing the damage, adding to his tally of wickets. Vidal is into his final few deliveries. Just 3 members left in his 10 over spell. Having bowled 9.3 already. Gone for 31 and picked up 2 important wickets. Just making a further breakthrough there. Vidal. Faster delivery there. And Gassi is in defense. Has a very good economy rate of 3.26 runs and over. Really kept things tight and tidy, and in the process picking up an extra wicket. That's Vidal, the captain, and another faster delivery there, just coming off the arm, but the batter just pushing away for the single on the onside. Of course, Joel Jure is the man doing the fielding there, the man who took that brilliant catch earlier moments ago, having to move all the way from long off to wideish long off, covering several yards of grounds in order to make that catch. And in the end, really came out spectacular looking. So kudos must go to Joel Jura for his brilliant effort in the outfield to dismiss, of course, the well-set batter. So that's the end of the spell for Jason Vidal, having bowled 10 overs, went for 32, and of course picked up 2 wickets, bowling 2 maidens in the process. So a very good day at the office for the captain, going at only 3.2 runs and over. So 2 for 32. So that's the final scores for Jason Vidal. Meantime, Fontaine will continue from the northern end of the ground. Has picked up 2 wickets as well. Has 2 more overs left in his spell. Of course, Fontaine is a genuine all-rounder and just looking to add a few more wickets to his tally. And of course, Shonil Edwards has joined, Kevin Gassi has joined Shonil Edwards. Gassi is the man on strike. He's on 1. 223 for 6, the score. As Fontaine looks to add to his tally of wickets, he has bowled 8 overs already. And Gassi will get the run down the ground towards a long on. Was just a few adjustments now in the field as they move from the left-hander to the right-handed batter. And going for the big give there, and it's given out. Out caught, finding the edge, throwing the kitchen sink on this one, not making the contact you'd have liked, but instead, of course, producing an edge. And Shawnee Edward goes out caught. So it's 224 now for the loss of 7. Fontaine, of course, extending to his tally of wickets, so he's now picking up 3 wickets. So Fontaine currently has 3 for 40 of his 8.1 so far. Of course, Lucia just looking to have a go there at the end, and Edwards not executing well on this occasion, finding the outside edge, and of course, Kind George at the back making no mistakes. And St. Lucia, of course, suffering yet another casualty, and now 24 for the loss of 7. Of course, they are well above the 200 mark. Still some 3.4 overs left, and still have 3 wickets in hand. Of course, they are currently going at 4.83 runs and over, and of course a projected score of 242 on about the 250 mark. So if they continue in that vein, if they continue at this run rate, they will certainly get near the 250 mark. Fontaine, the batter just exploiting that gap there on the onside, and the batters will get 1. For St. Lucia is eyeing the 250 mark. And rightfully so, having a very good start and some good partnerships in the middle overs, especially by the middle order batters. And they should really try and get up to the 250 mark. In fact, like I said earlier, a projected score of 242 if they continue at this current run rate. Fontaine. And connecting well on this occasion, the ball is going, and it lands beyond the fence. A huge blow there by Gassi. Really collecting and getting a maximum. So 6 more to Gassi and 6 more to St. Lucia. St. Lucia is looking to go, of course, beyond the 250 mark. They're striking some blows here towards the closing end of the innings. Fontaine has something to think about now. Let's see what he has up his sleeve. And again, having a go. But of course, long on will field this one, and they will have to settle for 1. So Gassi really striking a blow there with a maximum. Really making some good connection with the willow. So it's currently 231 for the loss of 7. After 47 overs. So 3 more overs to go. Of course, Isaiah Jones is the man on strike now. He's going to be the man receiving. Let's see who the captain Vidal is going to bring on strike into the attack. And just organizing his field placements at the moment, while Jones get ready to receive. And it's going to be, it appears to be Lestrade. So Kester Lestrade is who is going to bowl his remainder of overs, I suspect. Did not have a very good day at the office earlier. Didn't really bowl accurate lines and lengths. Really was struggling in finding the right areas. Bowl consistently down the leg side. Let's see if he has rectified that mentally. And having a go, the ball going high up into the air. And the catch is taken. He's out. Out caught. So St. Lucia has lost another wicket. It's now 232 for the loss of 8. And Lestrade, of course, picking up his first wicket there in his 7th over. So the wickets are coming now. And of course, the batters are just looking to step on the gas there, and in the process, losing wickets. So Gassi is the man out. Lestrade, of course, will continue operations from the southern end, the Indian River end. I'm sure he'll be looking to pick up another wicket here and add to his tally. Lestrade. And of course, almost having his man there. Ball going past the outside edge of the bat. First, the man on strike. Of course, Cyril appears to be a very big lad, physically well built. Cyril. And I'm sure he'll be looking to have a go. Lestrade. And this time just driving down the ground towards long on. Of course, and we'll get the single. Lestrade from the southern end. And it's bowled. So another scalp yet for Dominica. Of course, St. Lucia now losing their 9th wicket. So now it's 233 for the loss of 9. Of course, just trying that reverse there, reverse sweep sort of. And missing this one altogether. The ball was on target and disturbing the furniture behind him. So St. Lucia is on the verge of being bowled out here. They are currently at 233 for the loss of 9. Aaron Joseph is the man who has gone out. And of course, joining Cyril. And Lestrade, of course, looks to pick up his third. Has already picked up 2 wickets, gone for 38 runs. He's into his 7th over. Lestrade earlier, of course, struggled with the ball, but seemed to have recovered a bit from that struggle. And is having a much better time with the ball at the moment. And this one is short, and this one is pulled around for 4. Lestrade missing his line and length there on that occasion. And of course, Joseph capitalizing and getting the deep backward square leg boundary. So 4 more to St. Lucia. It's 237 now for the loss of 9. St. Lucia just looking to get up to the 250 mark. They have only one more wicket in hand to do so. Meantime, Dominica will be looking to wrap up things to close up the innings. Pick up that final wicket. Lestrade. And again, having another go, and the ball going down towards the backward square leg. Of course, a man short fine leg is there, and also a deep backward square leg for the left-hander. So after 48, it is 238 for the loss of 9. So that's the current situation as far as the score. Dominica, of course, lost the toss and were asked to field first. Of course, St. Lucia taking the first knock. And are currently at 237 for the loss of 9. St. Lucia really making their good start count. And currently in a very good place as far as runs. 237. And I'm sure if they can bat out the rest of the overs, they might find themselves beyond the 250 mark. So Dominica would be put under more pressure, scoreboard pressure that is. Meantime, Fontaine will continue operations. And he's going to be bowling his final over. Has already picked up 3 wickets, went for 48 runs. And Fontaine will be looking to close up things for the local squad. Meantime, St. Lucia will be looking to add a few more runs and take them, if not at 250, but near that. Full toss, and he's driving towards mid-wicket. And we'll only get 1. So Cyril is brought in to strike. He's on 4. The big fella. I'm sure he'll be looking to strike a few blows from here on. Despite the fact that they have only 1 wicket left. They won't mind that. I'll take a few chances and try and add some more runs to their aggregate. Fontaine, meantime, will be looking to close up the innings, wrap up things. Has bowled well so far, Fontaine. Full toss, and of course the ball doesn't land on his pads. But they will pick up a bye, it seems. So let's see what the umpire signals. And it's a leg bye. So 238 now for the loss of 9. This brings Joseph into strike. Very lovely day for cricket. Pleasant and very brilliant sunshine here at the Benjamin's Park. Nice atmosphere. Cool breeze blowing across the ground as well. And of course we are seeing a number of spectators on the outskirts of the field looking on. And it's bowled! So he has castled him. So that's the end of the innings of St. Lucia. They've made 239 all out. Dominica will need 240 for victory. So Cyril has been bowled for 2. Aaron, of course, left on 4. So that's the end of the innings. After 48.3 runs rather, St. Lucia was bowled out for 239. So Dominica will require 240 if they are to win this match. Of course, we are going to take a break here. It's going to be lunch. So after the lunch period, we'll be back. We'll resume play, of course, to continue the second half of this encounter between Dominica and St. Lucia. So in the meantime, stay tuned as we go off to lunch. Welcome back to the Benjamin Park as we resume, of course, this match between St. Lucia and Dominica. St. Lucia won the toss and opted to bat first, producing a total of 239 all out. And now Dominica requiring 240 for victory. Opening the batting for Dominica are Lucia Charles and Diony Roll. Of course, Roll is the man on strike for Dominica. And of course, it's going to be Gassi who will be bowling for St. Lucia. And he's coming in. Sodnent. Dominica has a steep hill to climb. Really have to bat well here against the bowling attack of St. Lucia. They have a relatively good bowling attack. So it's going to be hard work for the top order. The opening pair must try and give them a very good start. Like we saw when it was St. Lucia's turn at the crease. How they got that very good start. So similarly, Dominica will have to give the team a good start. And it's a first boundary for Diony Roll towards the backwards collect boundary. This one was a bit short on about the leg stump. And of course, Roll is helping that away. Rolling his risk over at this one towards the deep backwards collect boundary for 4. So Dominica opening the account with a boundary. Roll. Roll. And the ball getting the outside edge and it's caught behind. The roll goes. After that lovely boundary there. The ball getting some bounce there and some movement. Good pace there from Gassi. And undoing, of course, Diony Roll. And Dominica suffering their first, of course, casualty. So Dominica is 4 for the loss of 1 at the moment. Losing their first wicket to Gassi. Wasn't able to pull his bat out of the way on time as a result of that bounce and that pace, that movement. So that extra yard of pace did him. And that's the challenge that openers have at the top of the order. They have to go up against the pace of the new ball, the bounce and pace of the new ball. So of course, Roll wasn't able to get out of the way on time. And the ball brushing the gloves and going into the gloves of the man standing behind the stumps. Dominica suffering their first casualty already in the first over. Hopefully they can check the fall of wickets. So more pressure for Dominica, having to chase 239. That's not what the doctor ordered for Dominica. Don't want to be losing a first wicket already into just the second delivery or the third delivery of the over. So Kind George is the man at the crease currently. Of course, has replaced the outgone Diony Roll. Of course, he will really need to forge a partnership with his partner, Lucia Charles, at the other end. Not a good start there by Dominica. So we'll need to start all over again. These two. They are chasing a relatively big score here at the Benjamin Park, 239 required for victory. Gassi is short of a length and Kind just playing that old-fashioned dabs up towards backward point or the deep gully region, and they will get a single. So Lucia Charles is brought on strike. the left-handed batter. Of course, Charles in his first showing had a very good knock of 42, but since then hasn't really produced the goods. Of course, we know of his potential, his prowess with the bat, but somehow just didn't come to the fore, just didn't deliver as much as he's capable of. So it's 5 for the loss of 1 at the moment. Dominica chasing 240 for victory. St. Lucia posting 239 on the board. And already in a bit of a bother, having lost their first wicket already. Really not what the doctor ordered. And Dominica really has some repair work to do now at this stage of the innings. Having lost 1 wicket already. Of course, Roll is the man on strike. Rather kind George, pardon me. Of course, Roll got out earlier, caught behind. And so Kind George is the man who has replaced him. And he's now receiving on the southern end of the ground. Of course, 2 slips are in place for him. There's a man in the fly slip area. There's point, just behind point, short backward point, pointish area. There's deep mid wicket. Just a short interruption in play there. Of course, will resume shortly. There's a man at mid on, there's mid off. Seems to be a gap on the offside there. Let's see what adjustment they're going to make. That's between point and extra cover. So that position there seems to be something between cover and extra cover. Not a clear-cut cover, extra cover position. Neither it is a clear-cut cover position. So it looks like something between the two field placements. But not many men towards there. Kind George is the man on strike. George is driving, but can't score. Of course, can't hit mid off. So Dominica already is on a bit of a bother, having lost their first wicket. Kind is the man charged now with the responsibility to repair the damage that was done. He's quite capable of batting long as well. And this time he's beaten right the off stump. As the ball ships away from the right-hander, was almost squared up there by that delivery. George searching for it, but as a result of a lateral movement, perhaps of the seam, was beaten there, but almost getting the outside edge. So he has to be mindful of the movement that the ball is getting now from the lefty. It's coming in from over the wicket, and he's bowling into his slip fielders. So Kind has to be aware of that. This time he's pitching up, and of course he will get a single as a result of misfielding. Meantime, Lucia Charles is the man who will receive. Really needs to really put up his hand in a big way here today for his team, especially as they've lost their first wicket already. Now is a perfect opportunity for him to produce some runs. I'm just clipping this one down the leg side, down towards deep fine leg, and they will get the single. So Charles is off the mark. And this brings the right hander into strike. So there's a left-right combination at the crease currently. So it's 7-for-1 now, and behind the second over. Kind drives, but not getting hold of this one, not quite timing it as he would have liked. And it appears to be the end of the over. So after 2, it is 7-for-1. So 7 for the loss of 1 after 2 overs. Meantime, Gassi will continue operations from the Indian River end, the highway end that is. Was looking to make some further inroads. Has already picked up the first wicket as Gassi. And Charles is solid in defense there. Love you, Charles. Sort of walking into defense there. Charles, as he looks to forge a partnership with his partner, Kind George, and repair some of the damage that was done earlier by Gassi. And was just looking to cut there, but looks like a sort of dangerous shot. Not sure he should be looking to play that shot, or he should be looking to leave that, especially in that corridor where it was bowled. So if you're going to go after these, you better get a very healthy edge, clear the head of sleep, or find a gap. But as you would see, fishing outside the off stumper is a bit risky. And he needs to be more decisive with that particular line of ball. Gassi so far has been pretty decent with his lines and lengths. Picked up the 1 wicket as a result. Getting the only rule cut behind for a very good length ball. Roll wasn't able to remove his gloves out of the way on time. And the ball, of course, getting the edge. Gassi. And Charles just pushing timidly into the onside. Somehow, I just feel that he shouldn't go too much in his shell. That ball he played on the onside perhaps could have been driven down towards mid-wicket. There's a huge gap there between mid-on and the man just in front of square. So perhaps he should be looking to exploit that gap. I know he wants to play it safe. The team has already lost an early wicket in the person of Diony Roll. But when these opportunities come, you need to take them. It's really going to take a level of positive competition to get you up to the 240 back, despite the fall of this wicket. Yes, play circumspectly, play sensibly, but when the scoring opportunities present themselves as batters, and that's what you are a batsman, you are equipped with the skill sets to do so. You take advantage of scoring opportunities whenever they present themselves. Gassi just losing his line there on that last occasion. I'm sure he will want to correct that this time around. And Gassi finishes thing nicely with a very good length ball on about the center stump. And after the third, it's 8 for 1. So it's 8 for 1. Dominica batting. Of course, the weather is still very fine for cricket. So sunlight is streaming down nicely at the grounds now. And kind judge will receive. So Aaron Joseph is the man who will deliver to kind judge. Full toss, and really should have taken advantage of that opportunity. Like I was saying earlier, when you get these must be dispatched. You angle your bat, open the face, find the gap. There's a huge gap between mid-off and cover. There's also a gap between cover and point. And so when full touches like this come, you really have to exploit the gap. It can't just be all blocking. It's a full toss. It has to be dispatched. Yes, ideally, batters should be playing within the V and trying to play as straight as possible. Bat the ball back into the line, you see it come. But when it's time to score runs, you need to maneuver your bat in such a way that you can take advantage of the gaps. Joseph to Kine. And he's beaten outside the off stump by that delivery as the ball ships away from him. As the left-hander just looking to bite the edge there of Kine, taking the ball across him with the left arm. It's coming in from over the wicket and just targeting his slip fielders, just trying to bring them into play. And this time he will land the ball on about center stump. Kine just pushing back down the track, and they can score. So slow going there for the local side. The singles are not coming. Neither the boundaries. And of course, importantly, they need to keep the score ticking over. It's a big enough total that was set by St. Lucia. And so you have to squeeze deliveries in the gaps and and take the boundaries whenever the ball comes in your arc. That is something that they really need to master as batters, because the higher you go in cricket is the harder it will become. You'll face better bowlers that are more accurate, more consistent in bowling lines and lengths. And so you will necessarily need to be able to milk bowlers when conditions are tough or when the bowling is exceptionally good. So this level is a good place to practice such type of batting. And that's how you grow. You have to commit yourself to practicing what you ought to be doing as cricketers. Yes, you may make mistakes along the way, but you can learn from them and keep trying until you get there. So it's going to be Gassi to continue from the southern end of the ground. Remember, St. Lucia won the toss and opted to bat first, compiling 239. So Dominica requires 241 for victory here, losing their first wicket already. And now, of course, these two are just looking to repair the damage and push on things. Charles is the man on strike. Short, and Charles is turning this one around the corner for the single. And that's what I'm talking about. So you have to look to keep the score ticking over. When the boundaries are not coming, the score must not remain stagnant. All right, there must always be a trickle of runs in the singles, in the doubles, the triples. And you take, of course, boundaries whenever the ball comes in your arc. But importantly, the score must continue to tick over. You pick the gaps. There are gaps on the field, by the way. Every day, only 11 players. And you don't have a fielder for every sport, of course, on the carpet. And so, of course, as a result, batters can take advantage of those areas. Kind. Short of a length. And just looking to work this one around the corner. Not quite getting a hold of this one. But we'll get one. And let's see what the umpire signals. So it appears as if this one came off the bat. So really didn't get the contact that he would have liked. Down towards the backward square leg area. But this brings Lucia Charles into strike. Charles has really not been the aggressive player that I know him to be. He's somewhat subdued. And he's on the back foot playing defensively. Charles really loves the ball on his bat, loves playing his shots. But in recent times have really been sort of docile as a batter. He's more characterized by aggression. Not sure if this is as a result of some of the failures that he had. So, of course, and so he's a bit more too careful than he should be. But perhaps where he needs to make the adjustment is just in his shot selection. But of course, shouldn't just remove his aggression from the equation, because you need to be scoring runs. And so just a matter of improving on his selectivity in his stroke play, being a bit more wise in what deliveries that he goes after. But I really don't think he should remove the element of aggression from his batting. Charles again is in defense. So that's the end of the over. So it's 10 for 1 after 5 overs. And Aaron Joseph will continue his operations from the northern end. Of course, the players are already just hydrating themselves with some fluids, taking some water down there. That's both the batters down there, especially Lucia Charles, who's been just hydrating himself there. Joseph from the northern end. And of course, George just angles his bat, and that will go to the boundary. It's 4 more. Just using the pace of the delivery on that occasion, opening the face of the bat, and that's more like it. When the bowling is good, of course, these are some of the shots that must be employed. There's no third man there. And so, of course, ideally, just making use of the pace of that delivery and running the ball down in that area and getting the boundary. Joseph, of course, looking to produce a catch there towards his slip fielders. That is towards first and second slip. So it's now 14 for a loss of 1. And we are in the 6th over. Joseph looking to add his first wicket to his tally. And George again is defensive. Very good delivery there by Aaron Joseph. It's on target. It was a shot of a length ball, but Kine is pretty happy with coming back in defense. Of course, there's a huge gap there between deep square leg, deep backward square leg, and mid-on. So, of course, a short mid-wicket is there, but I'm sure if he can beat just that lone fielder at short mid-wicket, he can, of course, really exploit that gap there behind him. Just beat him to his right, or more so to his right. He will have, of course, taken advantage of that gap there, but let's see what he does now. And this time he's driving towards the offside, cover point, and they will certainly get 2 now, so 2 more to the total. So George just making that extra effort there and taking advantage of that gap down there at cover point. Of course, we need to see a bit more of these from him if he's to really give his team a good chance here. Check the fall of wickets and keep things going along. Push the scoring along with Lucia Charles. Kine, and again driving, but not getting a hold of this one. Not quite getting the timing on the shot as you'd have liked. And that takes us to the end of the over. So it's now so after 6, it is 16 for 1. Because Lucia Charles is the man on strike. There's a little bit of rain towards the east and northeast on the mountain ranges. In fact, the rain is already coming down on the mountain tops. Hopefully it doesn't encroach onto the ground. Of course, there's a slight drizzle already. And it has been so ever since morning. Of course, every now and again, there'll be a slight drizzle or a shower. And of course, it's pouring now. Let's see if the umpire will call for the covers. And it seems as if they'll continue play. So Charles is the man on strike. Garcia, meantime, will continue from the highway end, the Indian River end, just opposite Jolly's Pharmacy, the new pharmacy. And Charles is caught in beautifully for 4. Beating a backward point. And that was sweetly timed there off the meat of the bat. And superbly done by Charles. And it's 4 more to Charles and 4 more to Dominica. So it's now 20 the score. 20 for 1 the score. We are in the 7th over. And Charles capitalizing on that ball there. Just getting the room he required for cutting. And this time he allows this one to go by. So doing precisely what the doctor ordered. There are some deliveries, of course, necessarily that you need to ignore. And there are those, of course, which you can take on. So it's a question of selectivity. So as a batter, especially against a new ball, you have to be quite selective in your stroke play. Pick up the line and then very quickly. And make a decisive decision. Again, he allows his son to go by outside the off stump. So just showing some discretion there. He got 4 already. And of course, Garcia looking to tempt him just outside the off stump, perhaps on about the 5th stump thereabout. Looking to produce a catch towards the slip fielders, first and second slip. He's actually bowling to his slip fielders and just looking to lure Charles into some false stroke, as we would say colloquially, fish outside the off stump. And this time it is closer to him. And John, that's also why he picks the shot, John. Of course, the drizzle is dying out. There's still some drizzle at the moment. Garcia. And Charles steers this one down towards third man. And they will get the single. 21 the score now. For 1 at the end of the 7th over. So after 7, it is 21 for the loss of 1. It seems as if the rain has passed for the most part. There might still be a slight drizzle, but nothing to interrupt play as such. Of course, Fitzfrederick reading the weather quite well and choosing to remain there when the shower came in earlier, just moments ago. So, of course, Fitzfrederick really reading the weather quite well on that occasion. Didn't see it necessary to bring on the covers. And that proved to be correct. Aaron Joseph. And Charles is pushing back down the track in defense. Charles. One of the open batters who came in along with Johnny Roll is still at the crease with Kind George. Aaron and Charles is just pushing him, so that first looking to drive, but checking the shot somewhat. And can score. So not sure exactly what transpired there, but checking the shot at the last moment. Perhaps the ball didn't come on as quickly as he expected. Charles has a beautiful cover drive as well, so if the ball comes in his arc, he will look to have a go through the outside. And this time he's just pushing back down the track. Not sure if the ball is keeping low at the moment. Somehow appears to be squared up. Not sure why he's walking into defense. Not sure if that's a recent technique of his that he has developed. Yes, that looks more like it. So it was a bit more stable on that occasion in defense as opposed to the previous ball where he was walking into defense. So Charles just looking to make his innings count on this occasion. I'm sure the team missed him as far as run, and this time just want to make it count. Charles and pushing forward. Aaron, meantime, is looking for his first. Joseph has bowled relatively well so far from the North End. That's Aaron Joseph. And Charles is given leg before. Missing this one apparently. Understands. Just sort of walking around that ball, walking slightly perhaps across the wicket. And of course the umpire was satisfied with what he saw. And of course giving Lucia Charles a leg before wicket. So Charles goes, Dominica losing their second wicket. Of course, Fontaine is the new batter in, of course, to replace the outgone Lucia Charles. Dominica is in early trouble, losing 2 wickets. Of course, that is certainly not what the doctors ordered at this stage of the innings for Dominica. Chasing 240 for victory here at the Benjamin's Park. Dominica already finding themselves in early trouble, losing 2 wickets already. Johnny Roll and Lucia Charles. Garcia again on target with that particular delivery there. Fontaine is the man who replaced Yard Charles. St. Lucia is looking to build pressure on the local side. Cyril from the southern end, tall, big fellow. And Fontaine, of course, is just pushing back down the track and they can't score. So Cyril already is on the money so far. He's a strong lad, a big strong lad. Perhaps could have had an extra yard of pace or so for his physical size and stature. Really expected to see some more pace from that unit of his. But and this time bowling a back of a length now on about the stumps. And of course Fontaine is playing defensively. So Fontaine and Kine really have a responsibility now to so it's 22 for the loss of 2 now. And we are in the 8th over. Fontaine is the man on strike. And he's just pushing towards the extra cover. And they can score. So it's now 22 for the loss of 2 after 9. This is the 2024 Winlott U19 Super 50 tournament. We'll sit right here on the Nature Isle of Dominica. And currently we are in the north of the island at the Benjamin's Park in the town of Portsmouth. And of course, St. Lucia winning the toss and opting to bat first. Posted 239 on the board. And Dominica need 240 if they are to win this one. Full toss, and is giving it the full treatment this time, taking advantage of that one. And of course getting the boundary. And so that's more like it. When these opportunities present themselves, the batters should really capitalize, and Kine George on this occasion did just that. Of course, I'm sure I would like to see more of that sort of capitalizing taking place on such opportunities. Earlier there were several of them and they were not taken advantage of. But this time George decided to have a go. So George is on 9. Just looking to up his strike rate. And rightfully so, given the fact that they are chasing 239, requiring 240 for victory. Should really look to just up his strike rate somewhat. Joseph picked up the 1 wicket already. And just looking to add to his tally. He's into his 5th over. That's Aaron Joseph. Has gone only for 12 runs so far. So far has had a good day at the office. Only going at 2.7 runs and over. Aaron really keeping things tight there and asking questions of the batters. especially just outside the off stump, beating the bat on several occasions, and only was able to pick up 1 wicket. Joseph, short, and there's another opportunity again. That ball that should have been pulled towards mid-wicket. With quick hands, of course, it can be done. Rock this one back towards that huge gap. There's a huge gap between deep square leg and short mid-wicket. So if he's able to just beat that man there at short mid-wicket over his head, or perhaps his right along the ground, he can certainly earn himself a boundary with those sort of lengths. And that's a better length, of course, than the previous ball. This one was pitched further up to the batsman. But the ball before that really was a scoring opportunity and really should have capitalized on this one. When Lucia was batting, we saw a number of pull shots by the top of the batters. They really did not hesitate in dispatching these lengths towards the mid-wicket area. So, of course, Dominica will have to do something similar whenever these opportunities present themselves. Or else it's going to be twice as hard, of course, to get to the target of 240. Aaron, Joseph. Well up, and he's driving, and he's beating backward point. It might just go to the fence. Yes, it does. So 4 more to Kine, of course. The ball was pitched up outside the off stump, and Kine throwing the kitchen sink on this one, and rightfully so, of course, beating the man at a backward point for a boundary. So that's more like it. When these opportunities present themselves, batters must be prepared to take chances. And of course, Kine has done that perfectly well in this and that last delivery. He moves to 17, and is currently 30 for a loss of 2. Cyril to Fontaine. Of course, Fontaine is the man currently on strike. Cyril, short of a length, and Fontaine just nudges this one away on the offside, on the back foot, and they can score. Perhaps if the non-striker was more alert, that could have been a single. Because at the moment he's at point, and he had to move all the way towards cover point in order to field. So the opportunity for a single was certainly there. Of course, the batters really need to communicate somewhat more as far as picking up the quick singles and keeping the score ticking over. So there needs to be some level of understanding between the two as to how they're going to approach running between the wicket and taking advantage of such opportunities. When the ball is tucked just to the right, for example, of a fielder, which gives enough time to be able to take a run like this. So that's an opportunity right there. The same area, and the ball went there even faster. So the preview of the ball before, where he just pushed it, it went slowly there, really offering more of a single than anything else, than even this one. So two slips, pointish, cover, mid off, mid on. There's a man at mid wicket shot, deep fine leg. There's a man at third man, deep. Because Kind George is the man on strike currently. He's on 17. And Cyril will continue operations. He's into his fourth over now, Cyril. Has not gone for too many. And Kind is driving towards short mid wicket. But ball is well fielded there by the man posted there. So it's a long way to go still for Dominica. Having lost 2 wickets already and just on 32. Cyril. And Kind ignores this one outside the off stump. Very lovely afternoon. Brilliant sunshine at the Benjamin Park. And as you will see, colloquially, the sun has opened up its eyes wide open here. So we're getting a lot more rays of sunlight through the clouds, pouring down nicely at the Benjamin Park. And so it's pretty bright now. The batters right now have no excuse as far as seeing the ball. So there's a very good visibility right now. So after 11, it is 32 for the loss of 2. So Joseph will continue from the north end. And Fontaine is the man on strike at the moment. And he's driving, but straight to mid-off. He can't score. Of course, really needs to target the gap. And play the ball on merit, but maneuver the bat in such a way that you can pierce the gaps. A bit, of course, mid-off to his left or to his right. And you still be within the V. So that's what makes the difference between an average batsman and a very good batsman. And this time he's getting a short one and spooling, but there's protection down there in the deep at mid-wicket. And he will only get a single. George is brought into strike. Now he's on 17 of 32. Joseph from over the wicket. And George is pushing. For a moment, one was aerial. And of course, at first, it seemed as if Fontaine was interested in a run there, but Kind wasn't. Perhaps he felt it was too risky. But it was slightly to the left of the fielder there at cover. And perhaps might have gotten it. And this time they'll take the single. Joseph from the north end to Fontaine. And Fontaine is driving, but finding the man again. So he needs to really beat the man to his left. Just open the face slightly. You play straight, and just at the last moment, just at the brink of just making contact with the ball, you open the face of the bat slightly. So that would allow the ball to beat the man to his left. So you're piercing that gap between mid-off and cover. Well, that's a good ball there, almost a Yorker length. And the batter, of course, could not do much of it. So after 12, it is 34 for the loss of 2. This is the Winlott Islands Under 19 Super 50 tournament. Because Grenada is well on their way, of course, to be crowned champions. In fact, they are already considered champions based on their performances so far in the tournament, having won all their matches thus far. Meantime, Cyril will continue from the southern end here against Dominica. Cyril, having bowled 4 overs already, has not picked up a wicket yet, but has bowled pretty decently, only going for 2.16 runs and over. So his economy rate is a pretty good. George, meantime, will look to up his strike rate, 18 of 35. And just looking to dab this one there past slips, or perhaps down towards third man, but not making contact. So 1 more to the total. And of course, Grenada beating St. Vincent and the Grenadines down there at the Geneva's playing field. So we can say officially Grenada are champions. They've won all their matches in the tournament. And so Grenada has dethroned St. Lucia, the former champions. But that was an epic performance there by Grenada, having won all their matches in the tournament thus far. And this is a beautiful shot there through cover point, all along the carpet for 4. What a magnificent shot that was. Just pouncing on this one there. Had the line, the length was there. And of course, Fontaine capitalizing and achieving the boundary. So Cyril just missing his line and length on that occasion there. That was sufficient for Fontaine. And really just belting this one there past the man at cover. There's a gap there between cover and cover point. Cyril and Fontaine is on the front foot. And they can score. 39 the score. There's still a lot of work to be done. Still 202 runs required for victory. And they have 223 balls to play with. So still a long road ahead of them. They still have to toil hard in order to get there. Having lost 2 wickets already, and that makes it even more challenging. Cyril, and this time he's pushing Ariel over the head of Cyril, and they would only get 1. Of course, not quite timing this one as he would have liked. Cyril from the highway end or the Indian River end. And Kine is just pushing defensively, getting the inside edge of the bat. And they can't score. So, of course, appears to be it's going to be drinks. So, we'll take a break at this stage as the batters, of course, and fielders alike and umpires hydrate themselves. So, we'll be right back to continue the proceedings of this match. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Benjamin Spark from drinks break. Of course, There seems to be a change in bowling on the northern end. Of course, Fontaine is the man on strike. So Shawnee Edwards is the man taking up the attack on the northern end. And of course, he'll be bowling to Yasinho Fontaine, the man on strike. He's on 7. And immediately he's on target. Of course, this pair just looking to build a very solid platform upon which they could launch and try and get as near as possible to the target. A good shot there, but will not get value for it. This one was just outside the off stump for good length. The batter caught in just in front of point on the offside, but wasn't able to beat the man there. That's Fontaine. Very good all-round cricketer, Fontaine. And he's caught in this time. But getting the two end of the bat, and the ball will go down towards third man, where they will get a single. So, of course, this brings Nkai George into strike. George is on 19 of 37 deliveries. Edwards. Good length ball in that zone of doubt. Of course, kind equal to the task on that occasion there. St. Lucia is looking to keep the pressure on the local squad, landing the balls in the right areas as much as possible, forcing perhaps the batters to make their mistakes. 42 for 2 on the score. Edwards. Of course, kind of walking away from the crease, wasn't quite ready. So Edward would have to make his way back to the top of his mark. Despite the threat of rains, of course, it's still been streaming down nicely here. Very sunny at the Benjamin Park. And he's driving, but will only find a man at cover point. It was a pleasant looking shot, good looking shot there. Well struck, but couldn't beat that man there at cover point. Shot, and Kind was a bit disturbed by that and only managed to play down near the pitch. And of course, it was a very good lifting delivery, good length ball as well. It just bounced a bit more than George anticipated. And of course, that takes us to the end of the over. After 14, it is 42 for the loss of 2. Nice little partnership already building there between the two. 21 so far of 36 deliveries. But they'd want to continue building on that partnership. This partnership, I believe, is a very crucial one. If they can extend that partnership as much as possible, I think it would increase their chances of achieving the total of 240. But this partnership really has to count. They have to make it count. Really need to score as many runs as possible. Cyril on the ball off the inside edge on the onside towards backwards Quelleg. And they will get one. Cyril is into his over and has not yet picked up a wicket. Has gone for 17 so far. Well up, and Kine is driving but finding a man at mid-off. So sometimes Kine just finds it hard to pierce the field. Cyril. He's wrapped in the pass and it's given out. Playing across the line there, Kine George looking to work this one towards the onside. And missing this one within the range of the Timbers. And of course, it was a very easy job for the umpire. So Kine has to go. He goes for 19. Dominica 43 for the loss of 3. So Moranci is the man who has joined Fontaine. Edmund Moranci, that is. Left-handed batter. And of course, we'll look to forge a partnership there with Fontaine. Of course, these two are under some pressure now, having lost 3 wickets already. So there is some scoreboard pressure above the batters. Given the fact, even more so, that they've lost these 3 wickets. So, of course, making the task a lot more challenging now. And Moranci attempting the drive there, but missing altogether. So Cyril, of course, has completed 6 overs, picking up the 1 wicket for 17 so far. And of course, after 15, it is 43 for the loss of 3. And of course, down there at Grenada, winning the match quite comfortably, chasing 91 for victory, of course making 92 for the loss of 3, was it? of 4. So of course winning by some 6 wickets over St. Vincent and the Grenadines down there at the Geneva's playing field. So Grenada are the clear champions, winning all their matches in the tournament. So Grenada is the new champion of the Winlott Windward Islands Under 19 Super 50 tournament. So here we'll have to wait and see who will play second and third by the end of this match. If Dominica loses here against St. Lucia, then obviously St. Lucia is going to play second. And Dominica will have placed third. Of course, Edwards is into his second over now, just looking for his first wicket. Fontaine is the man on strike. He's on 9. Good length delivery there. Of course, this one had just an extra half a yard of pace, and they will get an extra now as it was signaled wide. Shonil Edwards is into his second over. Because Edwards just looking to make another inroad there and put the local side in under some more pressure. Meantime, Despair, Fontaine and Morancy will look to do another repair work. Fontaine just checking his shot there. So Lucia is not making it easy at all for the local squad. Really bowling well, maintain their discipline. So landing the balls in the right areas and making it as difficult as possible for the batters. First Dominica need another 197 runs to win off 206 deliveries. And again outside the off stump, beaten there. An appeal for caught behind. Is he out? And of course, the St. Lucians are celebrating. He's caught behind, pushing at this one there. The ball finding the edge. And of course, Fontaine is a man out, caught. And Dominica losing yet another scalp. It's 44 now for the loss of 4. So the captain, of course, makes his appearance. to replace the outgone Fountain, Esingo Fountain. Dominica moments ago losing their fourth wicket, and they're currently 44 for 4. And Vidal, of course, has joined Edmond Morency, who is not yet off the mark. So Dominica is in a bit of a border right now, chasing 240. So right now it's become a very tall ask for them, having lost 4 wickets already. Meantime, Sean Edwards will continue operations from the northern end, picked up the 1 wicket. And of course, with that delivery, the over comes to an end. And after 15, it is 44 for the loss of 4. Of course, still very sunny here at the Benjamin's Park, despite the scattered showers we have experienced earlier on. But right now, it's very bright and sunny here at the Benjamin's Park. But it's not so sunny for Dominica as far as the batting at the moment, having lost 4 wickets already. So we're going to see a change in bowling there for St. Lucia. At the southern end, that is the Indian River end. So we're going to see some slow bowling now. So Morancy is the man on strike at the northern end. And of course, it's going to be some slow bowling. So off spin. So it's going to be, so Lee John is the man, of course, starting in for wide there. Lee John. So he's an off-break bowler. And he's coming in from the highway end or the Indian River end. Short of a length delivery there. Of course, Morancy has been very careful here, but that was certainly an opportunity for scoring. Not sure why he's so careful. But the length was there, of course, to have pulled this one around towards mid-wicket. And this time he's having a go, but missing altogether. Of course, that ball was the one that he should be a bit more careful too. And that's the one he attacked. The ball before, the previous ball and ball even before that, were 2 scoring opportunities. They were short. The bowler just came in. He's not yet found his groove. Still trying to find his line and length. And this time it's, oh my goodness. That should be out. And the catch is taken. So Morancy goes, having a go there at this one. And of course not getting the leverage. And the ball just spooning high up into the air for an easy catch there near the wicket. And Dominica suffering yet another casualty. So they are in all sorts of trouble right now, Dominica, losing their 5th wicket for only 45. Of course, Lee John already picking up his first wicket there in just his third delivery. So he's about to bowl his fourth delivery now. Well flighted delivery and getting some purchase now. And of course the ball going down the leg side. Let's see if it came off the bat or if it's a wide. So of course it's an extra there to the batting side. So the off-break bowler getting some purchase there. Perhaps this one pitcher on about middle and leg and just drifted further down the leg side. Tuse is the man on strike. So he has joined his captain, Jason Vidal. But they are in trouble right now, having lost 5 wickets already and have not even got up to the 50 mark. Having a go, and of course the ball going through and through everything, the keeper and all, and of course they'll get 2. So let's see if it's 2 byes. Let's see if this one came off the bat. So it's 2 byes. So 2 more to the total, 50 for 5 the score. Darren Tuse and Jason Vidal are the 2 men currently at the crease. As Lee John, of course, the appeal for a leg before there, but the umpire is unmoved on that occasion. Dominica is in serious trouble right now. 40-50 for the loss of 5, and there's a long way to go. Still requiring another 191 runs for victory. And it really doesn't seem likely at this stage of the innings. It will really take something special to get them up there at the 240 mark, which is what is required for victory. A shot of a length, and the batter is in defense, finding the man at long on and can score. Really should have taken more advantage of that particular delivery. It was shortish, and should really be looking to pull this one towards mid-wicket rather than just defensively pushing this one. So the batters are very careful at the moment, having lost so many wickets already, and understandably so, but you have nothing to lose at the moment. Still need to keep the score ticking over, and whenever the scoring opportunities present themselves, take advantage of them. So 17 overs gone, 50 for 5, and Edward is going to continue from the northern end of the ground. The left arm bowler, of course, has already picked up the 1 wicket, only going for 2 runs in his 2 overs thus far. Vidal is made to play defensively, and they can't score. So of course it doesn't seem likely that the local squad will pull out this W against St. Lucia this afternoon, and that will mean, if it really happens, that St. Lucia will come second. Short, and it's pulling towards the backwards square leg boundary for 4. That was certainly a fantastic shot. Really pounced on that one, and finding that gap there between fine leg and backward square leg. So Vidal is on 4 as a result of that boundary. Edward is into his 3rd over at the moment, picking up the 1 wicket already as he continues operations from the northern end. Shot of a length, and he's on the back foot but can't score. It's pretty cool here at the Benjamin's Park at the moment. There's a shade casted over the ground from the overhead hanging clouds, and I'm sure that's pretty comfortable now for the players, as it has been quite hot throughout the day despite the showers of rain that we had. And Jason is just forcing this one up towards the cover, and they'll get the single. So it's a bit hot and humid, But the pitcher certainly has played well today. Very good surface for batting as well. But the batters, the local squad, of course, Dominica has not really taken advantage of that. St. Lucia managed to get up to 239. Had a very good start and some good partnerships. And at one stage, when it looked like they would have got up to at least 260. Edward. And Tuesday is driving. They're taking that quick single there. Of course, pegging at the Storms, the man at mid-on. But Tuesday, of course, arriving home safely. Jason Vidal, the captain, is the man on strike now. He's on 5. Has a strike rate of exactly 100. So 5 of 5 deliveries. Edward short, and Jason again is pulling down towards fine leg this time. And will get the run. So one more to the aggregate. And that also takes us to the end of the 18th over. So after 18, it is 57 for the loss of 5. So Lee John will continue operations from the Indian River end or the highway end. Picked up the 1 wicket already and will continue his work. Of course, it's about to start his second over of his spell. And he'll be delivering to the captain, Jason Vidal, who's on 6 at the moment. Of course, John and Vidal is beaten outside the off stump. All ends up as that ball drifts away from him. Seems as if the spinner is getting some purchase of the pitch. So he's really getting the ball to turn at the moment. And this time looking to slog sweep this one, but not making contact. Looking to exploit that gap there, down there behind square on the onside. There's no one in that area. In fact, from deep mid wicket, come all the way back to the keeper. There are no fielders in that area, so of course he can in the air, but we'll get one. Of course, beating the man at in the gully there, and the batters will go up and down. So 2 more to the total. So Vidal, of course, is quite aware of the field placements. And on that last occasion, of course, the ball coming off the edge of the bat. So it wasn't really a deliberate shot. The ball just coming off the edge and beating that man there in the gully. You have John, and this time plays well on the front foot. Of course, Lee John, the off-break bowler. Seems to have some tidy lines and lengths, and also getting some spin of the surface, making his bowling even more challenging. Vidal. And Vidal is beaten, all ends up. The ball through Vidal there. Lucky for him, he's still at the crease. Easily, he could have been bowled there. Of course, the ball just going through his defense. And so that will give him something to think about now. Of course, needs to make the adjustment very quickly now, technically that is. And this time he's on the back foot. Score. So after 19, it's 59 for the loss of 5. Dominica. Mr. Lucia won the toss and opted to bat first, posting 239 on the board. And currently, Dominica is 59 for the loss of 5. They are in some trouble right now, having lost 5 wickets already. And we are barely around the 20th over. So we are now starting the 20th over. And Dominica still needs another 182 runs for victory. It doesn't seem likely that they will get there. But who knows? Cricket is a great game of uncertainty. The remaining 5 wickets may just get the job done for them. Who knows? But given the trend that we've seen from the batting lineup of the local squad, not sure if one can be confident enough based on statistics so far in the tournament that you'd want to hope that they get there. We've seen a number of collapses in the batting lineup. And so you would more rather be inclined to believing that they're not going to make it. In the meantime, Shawnil Edward will continue operations from the northern end. Of course, there are no sleeping place. There's a man at third man deep on the boundary towards the highway end. There's a backward point. There's a man at cover point. There's a cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. And there's also a man at deep mid-wicket. And there's fine leg deep on the boundary. And of course, it's a no ball signal there by umpire Williams as he does some exercise. So Andy Williams is back on the field. Earlier wasn't feeling well. And of course, Fitzfrederick had to substitute for some overs. Of course, at the square leg position. And a big heave there by Tuse, but we'll only get 1 for it. So currently there is a left-right combination at the crease. Jason Vidal and Tuse. But it seems as if Edward has adjusted very well to that left-right combination, ready making the necessary adjustments in terms of his line and length. Usually when that's the case, it poses difficulty to the bowler in terms of making the necessary adjustment to get the ball to land in the right areas, coming from the right-hander and now to the left-hander. So he seems to have been handling that quite well. That is making the adjustment. Vidal is on strike. Cyril is in search of another wicket. Vidal, meantime, is looking to put up some resistance here. 61 for the loss of 5. Of course, Edward having to abort his run there. Perhaps just miss his run. And rightfully so. And will amble his way back to his bowling mark. Cyril in search of another wicket to put Dominica under further pressure. Short of a length, good delivery there on about midland leg, and Jason was forced to play defense on that occasion. The captain, Jason Vidal, he's on 8 of 13 deliveries, or rather 14 deliveries. Vidal, the captain, he's the man on strike now. A lefty. As Edward 6 is another wicket. And of course, a dead ball signaled by umpire Andy Williams. So things are going very slowly now at the moment for Dominica, having lost some of the main batters. Of course, the main runs or run engines have been dislodged already, dismissed. Some of the and Vidal is pushing his son away on the offside and can't score. It appears as if this pair is forging a partnership, already producing 16 of 21 deliveries this pair. So let's see how much they can extend that partnership. That's Jackson Vidal and Darren Toussaint. So after 20, it is 61 for the loss of 5. Very quiet period now for Dominica as the off-spinner Legion continues from the southern end. Flighted delivery, and Toussaint is having a go there over extra cover, and we'll get the boundary. So that's a fabulous stroke there by Darren Toussaint. More known for his aggression, of course, but just looking to take responsibility now, having lost 5 wickets already. But Toussaint is more known for his aggression. He really likes getting the ball away. More often than not, Toussaint, flighted delivery, and Toussaint is playing defensively. I'm sure Toussaint will be looking to strike a few blows. And Toussaint again is going, but finding mid-off, and it's caught. Caught at mid-off. Darren Toussaint having a go at a flighted delivery. Toussaint has to make his way back to the dugout. Dominica losing yet another scalp. And it's currently 65 for the loss of 6. This is certainly not what the doctor has ordered at this stage of the innings. Don't be able to seem to forge partnerships. So it seems as if the team is dying a slow death, a short and slow death. Losing 6 wickets in the 21st over, that is. We are not even at the halfway stage yet. And so the total of 240 is becoming more and more distant. Because there's just a slight drizzle of rain at the moment over the ground, but not anything serious to stop play. Joseph is the man who has replaced Darren Toussaint. That's Jelani Joseph. Bowled very well. And now has a responsibility on hand. Let's see how well he can cope with the pressure. Joseph is pushing down the ground and will be off the mark immediately. So Joseph is off the mark. Meantime, John is in pursuit of another wicket. He has already picked up 2 wickets for only 11 runs. The rains have intensified somewhat here at the Benjamin's Park. But let's see if the covers will be called. Of course, I'm sure they are monitoring the progress of the rainfall. Of course, that area up there at Tuma Whelan is filled with rain, so Hence the reason why we are experiencing rainfall here at the Benjamin Park. It's not the heaviest of rainfall, and as such, the umpire has not stopped play. So you have spinner, and of course the batters will get the single on that occasion. Because we have come to the end of the 21st over, so we are about to start the 22nd over. Dominica 67 for 6. So Lucia only need 4 more wickets for victory here. Jason Vidal is driving but can only find the man at extra cover. Just looking to pierce that gap there between mid-off and extra cover. But instead finding that man there in the cover region. Edward, short of a length and just pulling this one around the corner, and we'd only get 1 for it. Jason Vidal, the captain, has already faced 19 deliveries. And he's on 9. Just merely looking to survive here more than anything else. 68 now for 6, the score. Of course, Edward, having bowled 4 overs already, has picked up the 1 wicket. Looking to add to his tally of wickets here. Going at a very good economy rate. 2.77 runs and over. And has really kept things tight and tidy here. And putting the pressure on the Dominican batters. Of course, a no ball signal there by the umpire. So Lucia looking to close up things here. And of course, occupy the spot of second place next to Grenada, who have practically won the tournament so far. St. Lucia just looking to book their second spot there, their second place with this victory. And I'm sure if they do, Dominica as a result will place 3rd and St. Vincent 4th. And looking for the big shot there, ball coming off the inside edge. Throwing the thing at this one, everything at this one, not making the contact required, and of course we'll get a single. So Diane Joseph, that is, just going to have a go there, but not making the required contact with the ball. Ball getting a small inside edge and trickling away on the offside. So Vidal is brought onto strike now as a result, the left-handed batter. St. Lucia need 4 more wickets to wrap up things here. In the meantime, there's a long way to go still for the local side. 171 more runs required in exactly 171 deliveries. So things have squared up there as far as runs to ball. Yorker length, and he's driving and pitching extra cover for 4. Was a brilliant shot there, glorious drive off the middle of the bat. And it really doesn't get too much better than this. A low full toss on that occasion there Vidal, of course, negotiating this one quite well and really applying a beautiful drive there and achieving 4 runs. The man at mid-off stood no chance in stopping this one, just piercing that gap there between mid-off and extra cover. St. Lucia looking to close up things there. Jason Vidal is driving, this time on the onside of the inside edge, but we'll only get 1. So Vidal is having a go, as well as Tuse. So I guess right now they have nothing to lose. So just looking to push things around at the moment. Tuse is the man on strike now, the right-handed batter. And Tuse is driving straight to man and he's dropped in the air, straight to man, and didn't hold on to this one. So Tuse survives another delivery. It was a low full toss, and finding that man there in the cover region, and really should have taken advantage of that low full toss there, bowled by Edward, but instead was put down at cover. Not sure if he played a bit too early on that occasion. Or maybe should have just opened the face of the bat on that occasion there and find that gap between cover and point. And it was, that ball could have been, not sure exactly what transpired there, but was certainly a chance for him to have scored perhaps a boundary. Vidal, meantime, is the man on strike. He's on 15. And of course, Lee John will look for his 3rd wicket. And Vidal is driving stylishly down the ground. And we'll get only 1 for that. Tuse is better on strike. And Tuse is in some aggressive mode there. Joseph, actually. So Joseph is a man on strike at the moment. Tuse had been dismissed already. Joseph, the right-handed batter. He's the man that was dropped earlier, of course, in the previous over of the bowling of Shawnee Edwards, the off spinner, and Joseph is playing a very interesting shot there. Not sure exactly what he was trying to do on that occasion. Perhaps misread the length of the ball, and perhaps the spinner also got some purchase. But this time coming forward, smothering the spin there from Lee John. Of course, Lee John is certainly getting some purchase of this pitch. It's a pretty decent off spinner, Lee John. And this time he's getting some bounce. And the ball lobbing in the air, then dropping just in front of Joseph. First slip, or rather, the man in the short fine leg coming around and really trying to make a catching opportunity out of this one. But the ball dropping much faster. So it seems as if the ball came off the gloves. The ball really getting some bounce and turns there on that occasion. So there's a first slip in place. And there's a man at short fine leg. Of course, this takes us to the end of the over. So after 23, it is 76 for the loss of 6. Dominica is in all sorts of trouble at the moment. And there's still a long way to go. 165 more runs to be get. Not sure if they'll get there at all. Doesn't look possible at the moment. Having most of their batters back in the hot. St. Lucia only need 4 more wickets for victory here at the Benjamin's Park. This is the Winlott 2024 Under-19 Winwars Super 50 tournament. And it is on the verge, of course, of culminating. Grenada have already won the tournament, and St. Lucia at the moment is on the verge, of course, of earning second place based on the development so far in today's matches. St. Vincent losing all their games, of course, and Dominica on the verge of losing another one. So that will certainly place them in third place if they are to really go down in this match. So St. Lucia and Grenada and St. Lucia top in the table as far as points. Most likely that's going to be the case as they are well on their way to winning this one. It's going to take a miracle to really get Dominica out of this hole in which they find themselves. 76 for 6 currently. And Jackson Vidal is going hard over cover, and they are attempting the second one, of course, was sent back by Joseph. We'll only get one. Shonil Edwards is the man in operations. He's into his 6th over. Has already gone for 20, picked up the 1 wicket. And looking to add to his tally of wickets here at the Benjamin Spark in this clash against Dominica. Looking to finalize their position in second place. St. Lucia. Full toss, and Joseph not making anything out of that. Not sure exactly what transpired there. Not sure if he was surprised by that full toss, but certainly didn't capitalize on that full toss. Wasn't signaled a no ball, so it must have been in playable height, and really should have taken advantage of that. There's acres of space in the gap there between cover point and deep third man. Perhaps could have run that ball down there and beat third man. And again, beaten outside the off stump there. Not sure at all what is going on there. Ball perhaps just moving slightly away from him. And very good length ball as well. And Joseph is really put to the test at the moment. As Shonil Edwards is bowling relatively well. Edward from the north end to the right-handed Joseph. Joseph is on 2. Has faced 10 deliveries already. And again, Joseph allows this one to go by outside the off stump. So, and of course, it's a no ball. So 1 more to the total. And it's going to be a free hit. So Joseph has an opportunity now to make some good contact now and earn himself and the team some runs. Will he make contact? Will he do something with that delivery? Is he aware of the fact that it's a free hit? I hope so. Will he charge down the track? Will he leave his crease? Do something different? But swing across the line there, getting the inside edge, and we'll only get one. The man at deep backward square leg. Fields. And of course, restrict the batters to only that single. We are towards the closing end of this match. Dominica reeling on 79 for 6. St. Lucia need only 4 wickets for victory. Will these two forge a partnership? Will they do something very special? Vidal and Joseph. Of course, as we come to the end of the over. So after 24, it's 79 for the loss of 6. So Legion will continue his work from the southern end, that is the Indian River end. Looking to add to his tally of wickets, has already picked up 2 wickets and is coming in from over the wicket. And Joseph is driving in the air there, just evaded the man at mid-off, and they will only get 1. So not quite making contact there, the contact that I'm sure he wanted. And one of the fielders at the moment, the same fielder who just fielded, there seems to be some level of discomfort. So I'm sure he's going to be given some attention. So the game will be halted just for a moment in order to look after the fielder down there who seems to be in some level of discomfort. So the medics right now is running across to that fielder. Of course, drinks are going to be taken at the moment, so it's a drinks break. While, of course, the fielder down there is being looked after. So drinks, so I take my break as well. And, of course, we'll resume play shortly. Stay tuned. So we are back here at the Benjamin's Park to continue the proceedings. And Vidal sweeps, and he sweeps well over the backward square leg boundary for 6. First ball of the over. And of course, Vidal getting the maximum there on this lovely sweep shot. And that takes him to 23. Vidal really taking advantage of that opportunity there. The ball shifted slightly down the leg side, and Vidal employing, of course, the slug sweep and getting that maximum. So Legion continues. Just looking for another wicket there, Legion, and wrap up the innings. And this time he comes back on about the off stop, middle and off. .86 for 6. Vidal is the man on strike. Legion. And Vidal turning this one around the corner, but there's a man there and will not get value for that. Legion from around the wicket, from over the wicket rather. And of course Vidal can score again. So Legion is making it somewhat difficult for the batter after that maximum there. Of course, just pulling back things on the last 2 deliveries. Short of a length and getting some bunks as well. But it's going to be signal wide. So did get some bunks and turn. But that was sufficient to be signal wide. Umpire Cameron Green is the man standing umpire. John and beating the outside edge there again. Just getting some purchase there. And the ball is shaping away from Jason Vidal. So after 25, it's 87 for the loss of 6. Vidal is on 23 and his partner, Jelani Joseph, is on 4. Of course, Dominica requiring another 154 runs for victory here at the Benjamin's Park. That's a long way to go. 4 wickets in hand, of course, and Lucia just needing 4 wickets to wrap up the innings and to officially book their spot at second place. Because these two have already forged a partnership of 22 runs. That's Jason Vidal and Jelani Joseph. So nice little partnership there between the two of just 29 deliveries. So really just giving St. Lucia a little bit of a headache there at the moment. So they have checked the fall of wickets and really just offered some resistance to the bowling. But let's see how much longer they can resist as St. Lucia continues to come onto them. So we see a change in bowling. So Royce Paul is into the attack now from the Nod end off break bowler as well. So we are 2 off spinners right now in the attack. So Royce Paul is bowling his first from the Nod net. Royce Paul over the wicket. And of course the batters will get the single on the offside. Joseph handing the strike over to Jason Vidal, and rightfully so. Of course, he's the more capable of the two as far as batting. So and he has been there for longer as well, having faced 32 deliveries so far for his 23. Meantime, Josie 15 deliveries. So just doing the right thing. Handing the strike over to the more set batter and perhaps the slightly more capable of the two as far as batting. Just looking to extend the partnership. And Jackson is going hard, but swipes at this one and the ball falling in no man's land. Of course, there was confusion there between the two fielders. The man at mid-off running across, extra cover, was also looking to take the catch. And it seems as if there was poor communication between the two as to who should have gone for the ball. One leaving for the other and giving the ball enough time to fall to the ground. So that's basically what transpired there, but it was certainly an opportunity for catching. Royce Paul and Vidal comes forward. So Vidal going back to his disciplined ways, just losing it there and almost getting caught. But just going back to his disciplined ways and this time pushing towards the onside and will get the run. Of course, then Vidal maintains the strike. It's 91 now for the loss of 6 after 26. Dominica still need 150 runs in order to cross the line for victory. St. Lucia, meantime, only needs 4 wickets for victory. Who's going to come out on top? Of course, the game is in favor of St. Lucia at the moment. So it looks more likely that St. Lucia will get 4 wickets than Dominica will get 150 runs from here on. So Lee John will continue, having bowled 5 overs already, picking up 2 wickets for just 21 runs. And he's continuing from the Indian River end, or the southern end of the ground. Vidal going hard, the ball peeling off the edge, and oh my goodness, it's dropped. Collision there by 2 fielders as a result of no communication. And of course, Vidal survives. Could have easily been a catch there, but as a result of no communication between the 2 fielders, in fact, both fielders colliding with each other, and that can be one of the worst things to happen, to collide with another fellow fielder. I can tell you, according to where you bounce, man, that can hurt so much, can be so painful. And from my experience in colliding with a fielder, it really hurts. Sometimes it takes days before you stop actually feeling in your body. That momentum in that clash really is impactful and can hurt very much. And of course, Vidal gets one outside the off stump and having to pull the bat away at the last moment. So John getting some bunks and turns there on that occasion. Vidal wisely just pulling his bat away at the last moment. Flighty delivery and the ball coming off the edge and it's dropped again. Another opportunity go a begging. Well, coming off the edge, of course, as a result of some spin, and the man at first tip wasn't able to hold on to it, but lobbing hard off the edge, and Vidal survives. This, of course, brings Joseph into strike. He's on 5. Partnership of 29 of 38. So in the context of things, of course, this is an important partnership for the home side. Can they extend it? We see so many chances went begging. So many opportunities, of course, that they were given there by the field inside. Drop catches, mainly. A 94 for the loss of 6. John and Jordani just looking to work this one around, sort of paddle, but not sufficient to beat any fielder, and they will not score. Bright sunshine here at the Benjamin's Park. The sun is out now in all of his glory. John. And Joseph is playing the old-fashioned dab shot, but will not get any value for it. And of course, that takes us to the end of the over. So after 27, it is 94 for the loss of 6. Royce Paul will continue at the opposite end. That's the northern end of the ground. And he'll be bowling to Jason Vidal, the captain, who is on 29. And had a few chances already. That's Jason Vidal in his 29 run knock. Sometimes you need a bit of luck in cricket, and Vidal has certainly gotten some. I'm sure he'd want to make the most of these chances that he got and extend on his runs, and I'm sure forge a bigger partnership with Joseph, who has the crease with him. Vidal is in defense, so Vidal just trying his best to show some maturity, some discipline. As hard as the situation is, just taking responsibility as captain more now. So this time, working this one on the onside, and the batters coming for 2 runs. So good cricket there by the captain, Jason Vidal. Making use of that space there towards mid-wicket. So the men are deep on the boundary and just tucking this one slowly towards mid-wicket and allowing for the 2 runs, the couple. Royce Paul short and looking to court, not making contact at all. Still a lovely afternoon for cricket. And Lucia just looking for the 7th wicket at the moment, and again beaten outside the off stump. The ball just moving away from Jason Vidal. Royce Paul getting some purchase there off the surface, and just causing a bit of a problem for the left-handed Jason Vidal. And this time the ball getting the outer half of the bat and trickling down towards the left of first slip. So Vidal on that occasion negotiating much better. Royce Paul looking for his first in his second over. And Vidal is on the back foot towards the offside, and they can score. So that's it for Royce Paul as far as this over, having bowled 2 and going only for 6 runs. No wickets so far, and going only at 3 runs and over. So, of course, Vidal progresses to 31. And Joseph is still kept on 5. So, having a partnership of 31 as well. So, it's a 31 run partnership between these two. Of course, got some chances here and there. And I'm sure they will be grateful for that and look to make the most out of these chances that they've gotten. So you make the opposition pay for dropping you and giving you these chances. And often that's the case, especially when you drop top of the batter. But Jackson is no slouch of the bat, and Joseph can handle his hand. So they might want to regret these chances that went begging. Of course, on this occasion, having to abort the second attempt Getting a single there on that occasion, bringing Justin Vidal rather on strike. So Vidal is on 31 of 45 deliveries. Nice little knock so far, despite the few chances that went begging here and there. Still not too bad. Strike rate of 68.89. Perhaps might look to up that a little bit, but for now, so far, so good. Really needs to remain at the crease there and try and bat out the rest of the overs. Vidal is coming forward very watchfully and studiously, I must say. Lee John picked up 2 wickets already and is looking to pick up his third. He's a bit threatening, Lee John, getting some purchase of the pitch. This time, shot over length. On about the off stump and Justin Vidal just looking to push it away on the back foot, but can't score. First backward point is there. One slip in place. Actually, 2 slips are in place at the moment, and Vidal is sweeping and is taken. Out caught at backward square leg, short backward square leg, that is. The man just having to move to his right. Didn't get the contact that he was looking for. The ball coming off the top edge and just lobbing to the man down there. And Vidal perishes now for 31. It's 97 for the loss of 7. So finally, St. Lucia breaking that partnership and dismissing the captain. And it's going to be Joel Jura, the man to replace the outgone Justin Vidal. First, Dominica is on the verge of going down here to St. Lucia. St. Lucia currently only need 3 wickets for victory here at the Benjamin's Park. So Dominica really is in a serious pit, I would say, right now at the moment. So Lucia just keeping the pressure, and of course Lee John just squeezing that wicket there, that third wicket. Has picked up 3 now for 25. That's Lee John, the off-break bowler, and he'll be bowling to Joel Jura, the right-handed batter. And of course, again, there's an appeal there for a leg before, but umpire Cameron Green is not convinced. Because it seems as if the ball might have come off the pads there, but it might have struck him outside the off stumper. Maybe might be a question of height. So I'm not really in a vantage position. My vantage point really doesn't allow me to make my own assessment, as I'm not immediately in line with the wicket here in the commentary booth. But I suspect it might have been a question of height. And he's driving fluently through the offside. It might just get to the fence. No, it doesn't. And Jura will get 2. Or Joseph rather. So it's currently 98 for the loss of 7. Dominica losing their 7th wicket just moments ago in the captain of Justin Vidal. Of course, had a relatively good knock. Went for 31 thereabout. Had a few chances here and there, but still, in the context of things, a significant knock. Of course, the other batters did not contribute as much, and I'm sure he will be disappointed in the contributions of the top order batters, the middle order batters. They went, most of them went cheaply. In fact, all of them went cheaply, and chasing 239, needing 240 for victory You can't afford to out cheaply, especially the main engine of your run scoring or your run scoring machines are situated up there in the top order, and they cannot afford to out cheaply if your team is chasing 240. And that was the case. Flight hit delivery there. And of course the batters will get one. Almost getting run out there. Jura at the non-striker's end. So Joseph is on 8 and Jura is on 2. 101 now for 7. So they have crossed the 100 mark. So they've reached the 100 mark. So that's a milestone. That's the team, but they will need a lot more to get there. 140 more runs still required for victory here at the Benjamin Spark. They're in all sorts of trouble now. St. Lucia needs only 3 wickets for victory. Royce Paul. And this one is in the air, and it's an easy catch. So Joseph goes out caught at short mid-wicket. The ball gets in perhaps a leading edge there. And Joseph, of course, has to make his way back to the heart. 101 now for 8. So St. Lucia is closer to victory and currently only need 2 more wickets, of course, to win this match. So this dismissal, of course, now introduces to the crease Moselle Thomas. And he has joined Joel Jura, who has been there for only 2 deliveries now. So relatively 2 new batters at the crease as Paul looks to grab his 2nd wicket. Royce Paul is into his 3rd over. St. Lucia only needs 2 more wickets of victory here at the Benjamin Spark. Paul will be going for 7 runs thus far. It's coming from around the wicket to the left-hander. Just looking perhaps to create that angle into and back away from the left-hander. He's an off-spinner. So just trying to create that angle from around the wicket. This time he bowls a full toss. But the batter did not capitalize on that. And they will not score. So that's the end of the over. After 30, it is 101 for 8. We are just winding down here in this tournament. Of course, this is the final match being played. And, of course, we are drawing closer to the end. And, of course, after this match, the curtains will be pulled down on this tournament. So this is the 2024 Winlott Islands Under 19 Super 50 tournament, hosted right here on the Nature Island. In this encounter, St. Lucia certainly has the upper hand, and just in search of 2 more wickets in order to win this match. And at doing so, of course, will place in second place behind of Grenada, who have already been considered the champions of this year's tournament. So wide there signal by Cameron Coffey. Because the bowler just missing his line there. That's Lee John. Has already picked up 3 wickets. Only going for 29 runs. Bowled relatively well. Good economy rate of just about 4 runs and over. And just looking to add to his tally of wickets. Bounce and turn there for Lee John. Just outside the off stump. And Jura, of course, a lot ignores it outside the off stump. Lee John. And Jura is pulling in towards mid-wicket. The ball falling short of the man coming off the boundary. And we only get 1. Lee John from over the wicket. And of course, the batters will get no value for that. Just can't beat that man there at backward squaring. Lee John. And this one goes past the outside edge of the bat. And they can't score, so things are pretty much quiet at the moment. And of course, the batting side, as you would say, appears to be just dying a slow death at the moment, a very slow and imminent death. So they are currently 103 for 8, and after 31 overs, it's 103 for 8. So that's the latest here at the Benjamin Park. Of course, Dominica needs another 138 runs for victory. And that seems very, very unlikely at the moment. Still a very pleasant afternoon. Not just for cricket, but for many other outdoor activities. Of course, Dominica is the right place to be at the moment. It's a very good time in the month to go out and enjoy the beautiful sights around the island, both in the north and the south, the east, wherever these beautiful sights are. As Paul continues from the northern end, has picked up 1 wicket already, has bowled 3 overs, has only gone for 7 runs. So far, so good for him. Just looking to wrap up the innings of the host side, Dominica. And of course, Jura is a man on strike. Jura has come a long way with his batting. He's a hard-working cricketer, and this time he drives down towards mid-off, but will not get value for it. Jura has really been working hard on his game. Initially, of course, was more known for his slow bowling, but has certainly improved with his batting. Yeah, and there he's dropped. Really good effort there by the man at mid-on, running hard to his right and diving, trying to really snatch him out of the air, but wasn't able to. And this allows Jura to survive. So it was really a good effort there from the man at mid-on. So Jura survives, 104 for 8 the score. Mosiah Thomas is on strike. Royce Paul. And he's just pushing gently. And of course, can't beat cover. We're in the dying stages of this match. St. Lucia needs only 2 wickets short of a length, and Mosiah Thomas allows this one to go by outside the off stump. Dominica still leads 137 runs, which seems very unlikely at the moment. Tail enders are at the crease. That's not the scenario you'd want at this stage of the innings, to have your tail enders at the crease with still 137 runs. You would prefer seeing perhaps your middle order batter there rather than your tail enders. And so we're going to see Lee John continuing from the Nodland. There's an appeal for a leg before, but the first umpire, Cameron Coffrey, is not in charge. So Thomas survives. St. Lucia are in search of their 9th wicket now to put Dominica under further pressure. Lee John from the northern end. Flighty delivery, and he's beaten all ends up there again. An appeal there for stumping, but Dura was at the crease. So he will need to try and drag him out of his crease if he's to get that stumping opportunity. Perhaps just lure him into the drive. Flighty delivery, and he's pulling this one, but we'll only get one, it appears. Of course, for a moment it appeared as if there was some run-out opportunity. But the danger side was always the non-striker's end. And from that distance where the fielder was, it was not going to be possible to run him out. Of course, so he just aborted the idea of attempting the run-out by means of the direct throw. So, of course, Thomas is the man on strike. He has faced 10 deliveries already. He's not yet off the mark, interestingly. 105 for 8. Fielders are brought towards the offside for Thomas. So there's extra cover point. There's a first and second slip. There's a man in the gully. Of course, there's a mid-on, a mid-off. So the fielders are pretty much close to the wicket inside the 30-yard circle, most of them. I'm just looking to apply some pressure on the tail enders. I'm looking to wrap up the innings. And of course, with this, the over comes to an end. So currently it's 105 for 8 after 33 overs. St. Lucia needing 2 more wickets in order to wrap up this innings of the whole side. That is Dominica. Meantime, Royce Paul will continue from the northern end. Just looking to wrap up things there for St. Lucia. The off-break bowler, Royce Paul. And Dura is playing defensively. Things are pretty quiet now. Runs are not really flowing. Of course, St. Lucia just keeping the pressure on the tail enders. And being patient. Royce Paul. And Dura is beaten there outside the off stump. All ends up. Well, going past the outside edge, it appears. Royce Paul and Dura is on the back foot, just playing the length well there. The ball turning back into him slightly. But Dura is pushing this one away towards extra cover, short extra cover. And Jura is driving, but the bowler is in the way and he can't score. So St. Lucia is maintaining the pressure on the host side. Royce Paul, shot of a length, and he's driving uplifted towards mid-off, but will not get value for that stroke. Royce Paul again. Andrea is driving and finding extra cover and can't score. So after 34, it's 105 for the loss of 8. Of course, these two are not really scoring rounds. They are just in survival mode. Faced as a pair in this partnership. I faced 28 balls already, and I've only produced 4 runs. So by that, I can tell that it's just a survival mode at the moment. I'm looking to see how long they can extend their innings. But doesn't look very good at all for the host side at the moment. Mosiah Thomas to receive. Lee John is bowling his final over. And this time they're stealing this one around the corner. There's no man there. And of course the batters are only taking 1. Really should have been 2 runs. John from the north end. And again, this one coming off the edge there and going down towards the gully region. And they can't score. 106 for 8. We are in the dying stages of this match. Legion is into his last over. And of course, Jura is stroking this one square on the offside, and will only take 1. Really, that should have been 2. Not sure exactly why they settled for 1. But from the moment the ball left the bat, the call should have been 2. Mosiah Thomas is the man brought on strike as a result. The left-hander. As Lee John prepares to bowl his final ball of his spell. Lee John from the southern end. And the batter is beaten all ends up. And so that's the end of Lee John's spell, having bowled 10 overs for 33 runs and picked up 3 wickets. So, of course, having a good day at the office, picking up 3 vital wickets and only going for 33 runs at the end of his 10 over spell. So, going at an economy rate of 3.3 runs and over. So, very good bowling there by the off spinner. And so, he has done his work. And I'm sure his captain and coach and teammates alike will be quite pleased with his bowling efforts. Yeah, so that's the end of the whole side innings because one of the players, of course, got an injury. So so that's it. So Dominica has been bowled out for 108. Of course, one of their men wasn't able to bat. So that's it. So St. Lucia, of course, have won the match. Dominica winning this one by 133 runs. So a very convincing win there for St. Lucia. And because of this, they will play second, right behind of Grenada, of course, who was well away from the rest of the park. Grenada, that is having won all their matches in the tournament. And Grenada is the reigning champion, dethroning St. Lucia, who won back-to-back last year and the year before. But this time around in 2024, it is Grenada who is celebrating the championship. And of course, congratulations go out to them. And I'm sure they have already begun to celebrate ever since yesterday. And St. Lucia also will be quite pleased with where they placed second. I'm sure they would have liked to do better, but they'll have to take that. So St. Lucia placing second. Dominica, of course, as a result of that loss, will have to remain in third place. St. Vincent losing all their matches, remaining at the bottom of the table. And so that's the situation. Grenada first, St. Lucia second, Dominica third, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines fourth. So that's the end of the tournament. Of course, we want to say thank you to all of you who patronized, who viewed, who followed, who supported. And really, we want to say extend gratitude towards all those who, of course, played their part in making this tournament possible. I want to, on behalf of this year, of course, extend a big thank you to all the sponsors who came on board. Of course, we want to say thank you to the ground staff, thank you to the technicians, Vibrant TV, of course, the scorers, Troy, Kyron Phillip, Courier, of course, Chad and all the boys, Dongdi and Granby as well. A big thank you to everyone else who, of course, in one way or another participated in this tournament, who made their contributions to ensure that it was staged successfully. So once again, a big thank you go to everyone else, wherever you are, your support throughout the Winlott Islands, wherever you are. Of course, a hearty good afternoon to you all down there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, St. Lucia, and of course, all our folks right here at home. Of course, on behalf of this year, the Winwards board, and the rest of the boards, of course, I want to say thank you. And that's it for me here as far as commentary. So on behalf of the commentary team, of course, I'm going to say have yourselves a very pleasant afternoon and evening. And I want to say bye. So until next time, we'll see you.